restaurant, office space. Oh, they remove. Oh, they remove. That was international technology company. It was like a Chinese company or something. Burger, lobster. I wish to have like a few £100 to come here to this restaurant inside. Snake. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Christmas Eve live stream straight from City of London. We start on the London Bridge. We pass the London Bridge, Tower Bridge, Christmas market, Christmas market, Tower Bridge. We went just now to Bishopsgate to see the most beautiful Christmas decoration. Hello, Adnan, good evening. Yes, because it's 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning over there. Welcome, welcome to Indonesia. What kind of few people? Because this is the City of London. This is like a financial district, yes. So during weekdays, it's full of people here. Weekend, quite empty. So it's perfect for me, for stream, I don't need to make a, zigzag all the time. degree, but the feeling is like a -3, -4. California. Oh, very nice. Greeting from the California. So welcome. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. This stream is all about the Christmas decoration, Christmas feelings, Christmas vibes. Right? So now we are going. Let me change the hand. Okay. Let me change. You see how my hand is red? Whew. So we're gonna go straight towards to the St. Paul, all right? St. Paul and the Millennium Bridge. That will be our destination, right? So now from the car, look at this. Just look, I will give it a little zoom. Horizon 22, Royal Exchange, Christmas tree. So I hope you like it. I hope you enjoy it. Really very nice. You want to take a screenshot? 5 seconds for the screenshot if you like it. Yeah. Merry Christmas, everyone. And let's just walk straight to the St. Paul Cathedral, St. Paul and the Millennium Bridge. That will be very nice walk. By the way, this building looks like a boat. This is a Poultry One building, what they call it. All right. London, Paris. Oh yes, actually, yes, on the spot on. Okay, right. Yes, exactly. The night, all the city, as you mentioned, London, Paris, New York, probably your city somewhere in California also look beautiful with these night lights, with the skyscrapers illuminating, especially with the river somewhere. Jihan Nadia, hello. Thank you, Jihan. Thank you so much, and all the best for you. Come back if you go in, if you have to go. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments. I really appreciate. Thank you, and come back whenever you want. You're welcome, my friend. If you're enjoying, if you have a time to stay with me a little bit, we're going to see the St. Paul Cathedral. You will see something beautiful there. And next point of our stream to visit is Millennium Bridge. And from the Millennium Bridge, you will see the, let's say, panorama of London, what is obviously available for us. Someone asked about the restaurants tomorrow. It's hard to say. What I know, there is no bus service, there is no tube service. Most of the shops will be closed, and some restaurants definitely will be closed, but some of them they will open. And now it's like lottery, 50-50. It's open or closed. It's open or closed. Thank you so much, Xavier Moon. Thank you. We're going to St. Paul right now. Okay, there's green. Should I go? Oh yes, I should take you. There's a street with a beautiful Christmas decoration on the street. Just here on the corner, I will pass this. That is very, very nice. You will be amazed. Very narrow street, but decoration spot on. It's not here, it's another. Yes. Yeah, because this is the end. This is the spot. Yeah. Sabir. No. Actually, I'm city of London. I just go in towards, like down this corridor there is Cannon Street Station. So down the street. And now I am approaching to St. Paul Cathedral. Do you see St. Paul Cathedral right now? Yeah, we go in there. So yeah, this is, obviously this is a church here. And here you have a structure of the cordway there. Yeah. And look at here. This is the difference between financial, barely any decoration, and the old traditional, you know, how do you call it? Decoration between the shops. Oh my God, I lost the one word. Secrets when dining room here, all the way books. But look at this decoration. Look at this decoration. This is a commercial street, not a financial. Pavilion, and look at this. And there's our St. Paul's. We go in there, yes. But first, I'm gonna show you the arcade. And something very nice in arcade. Everything is still City of London. This marks, you see the balance. It's a mark. This is the City of London, not London. City of London. There's a difference. Tito RR. Good evening and Dua. Good evening everyone. Pizza Street, London runs. Gordon Ramsay. I want to say like a Rondon Ramsay. Oh, Francis. Okay, this is arcade. One new change. Another burger and lobsters. Burgers and lobsters. I need, every stream 1,000 pounds from the stream. TikTok has to pay me. I will be dining here. Anyway, look at here. This is arcade. One day we will take the lift and we're going up. But not today. Not today. But I'm gonna show you what they have here. You can see me everywhere. Right. Okay, now I will gonna show you Christmas tree. And it's going up. Lift is going up there. Yes. This is a Christmas tree. And also here's a Christmas tree. Actually, people take a photo over there, but don't bother. We'll stand next to them for the 5 seconds. I just want to show you this. Very nice. You can go under. Yeah, it's a gorgeous place. Okay. So just look at it. This Christmas tree is very nice. Just only decoration, I try to celebrate, but you see everything is here Christmas. Alright, let's go now, very quick. I would like to celebrate Christmas It's here. I want to show you. We're going now to St. Paul's. Two surprises for you with the St. Paul's. One surprise will be, please do not send me share because I do not share the live streams. And one surprise is just here. Here we go. Kayla K, good evening. Melde, Antonis. Wow, you see this reflection? This is just only preludium. Hey. Antonios, good evening. Wow, this guy from Texas. Welcome, welcome. Merry Christmas, baby. Oh yes, Muslima. There is this lift. Yeah, you can go up, but I'm not going there. I want to show you. This was one, yeah? That was surprise number one. Now I'm gonna show you surprise number two, right? Oh my God, Prince. Prince James of Wessex. Hello, good evening, sir. My dear friends. Buckingham Palace is 1 hour from here. Me to walk on this foot. It's 1 hour. I think everybody will get boring. And probably I will go and I will get some, asthma, attack, some kind of like you don't want me to sound like this, running to the Buckingham Palace. It is called, but now, surprise number two. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Ta-da! Look at here. It's St. Paul Cathedral, and this is a mirror garden. Someone called it reflection. I call it the mirror garden. Always was in the mirror garden. Call it here. Wow. You can take a screenshot. Go ahead, if you like. You see? It's just next to the St. Paul Cathedral, seriously. Yeah, it is beautiful, it is. Yes, mirror garden, yes. Thank you for follow. Thank you. So take a screenshot. And by the way, here, there's a plenty benches. You can sit down here. It's like a 12 benches or even more, hiding between these bushes and trees. So in the summertime, you can hide from the heat because we have a very hot, very short, but very hot days in summer. So it's good for you to catch catch some break on the benches. Yeah, and you can just enjoy the view. Right? So this is water. Now I destroyed the mirror. By the way, water, because it's pumped here, it's not cold. I just thought. Yes, it's very beautiful. Look at this. Okay, 5 seconds. If someone wants to take a screenshot. 4, 3, 2, 1. Are they fish? No, it's very shallow. It's very shallow. It's just only like 2-3 centimeters. Actually, here is a glass, yes, and below is a car park. So when there's a light on the car park, you can see. It's underground car park there. All right, let's go now directly to the mirror garden, and I am happy that already I have a 53% of battery. My power bank is doing amazing job. All right, so let's go near here. Yes, and we're going to the Millennium Bridge. Right? St. Paul Cathedral. And this is, actually I don't I need to recall the name of this church because this is a chapel here. So, this is small chapel, but this is the St. Paul Cathedral. In the daytime, this gate here, they are open, and you can go to the back garden, which is actually around this cathedral. Very nice place, good to, chill out a little bit, rest, if you are active visitor, right? And there's our Christmas tree. Okay, I need to change my hand again. I need to change the hand. Good evening, Riva Alburitos. Good evening. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. It's a Christmas live stream. Okay, let me wait for the green light. South Africa. Welcome. Now we have a green light. Yeah, I told you. This is a Christmas City of London Christmas tree. Okay, let me go a little far. Okay, a little bit away, that I will be able to catch in the frame most of the view, right? So I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for following. Moses, good evening. I hope you like it. It's St. Paul Cathedral Christmas tree, and now we're going to Millennium Bridge. Yeah, are you ready? Do you want to go to the Millennium Bridge? Anyway, you're going because I'm going. This is quarter. Thank you for following. Yes. Merry Ginger, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas from London, from City of London. We're still in the City of London. Merry Christmas, and this is a Christmas Eve live stream. I hope you're enjoying. We just visit here. But I hope you're following my live stream, not me. If you follow me, Muslima, if you follow me, I'm gonna catch you. Okay, but guys, let's go to the Millennium Bridge. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy. I'm glad that all of you are here. Thank you. And now when I enter to the Millennium Bridge, all right, you will see the whole panorama, what is visible from this point. And actually, we can see more than just only nearest building, right? So that will be worth to wait, and actually your eye will be happy. Okay? Very nice. I have a red, and now I have a green. Yes. So this is a City of London school. It's just here. Salvation Army and the new building, but actually on the top soon will be available garden, roof garden. Saida, if you are behind me, I will do it like this. You know what I will do it? If you will be behind me. Oh, Katarina, Katarina, welcome from the moon. Yes, you are. You are in your bed, watching TikTok scrolling. I know. So the Millennium Bridge. Actually, Katarina, you always join me when I am on the Millennium Bridge. So something magnetic is between you and this bridge. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. Anyway. Oh, I'm sorry. But I hope you're laughing. Okay. So, many of you maybe know, maybe don't know, but the Millennium Bridge was in opening scene in Harry Potter. That's why, this bridge become famous, because in the movie, this bridge is now I know the connection. Harry Potter. Potter! Kids survive! Anyway, thank you, Olivia. Thank you, I love London too. So, sea containers, right? This, there, is Charing Cross Hospital, Charing Cross Station Hospital, oh my god. Charing Cross, Blackfriars Station on the bridge. You can see the train is going right now and will be stopped here, right? This is where actually it has been. It has been there, St. Paul. Oh, sorry for the wind. Oh. City of London. There is Tower Bridge, and there is our shark. See, today's shark just display. Display is the red sock for the Christmas. Okay, I will give you like a view of this. If someone wants to take a screenshot, go ahead. Right? Right. City of London. Right. And the St. Paul's. Alright, so where we should go from here? Do you want to go to the London Eye? Good Netflix thing.
out. Did you see all the line bikes? People will be taking them later on. But look how quiet it is. Quiet it is. This is a common garden. Oh, common garden. That's been windy today. Recession? No. What is it? Travel. Travel is stopping really early. Oddly early. 10 past 9 or 5 minutes past 9. Charing Cross Station. Last train. Oh, look, the road signs are over there. I think it's back here. And the buses. It's about 12. So we're coming up to the Seven Dials. We've never been up here before. Zeus! You tried to debunk me, didn't you? You tried to tell me that we can't see Banksy anymore. When I came up, Banksy was there. I'm out till 12. No. Transport stopping early. I'm catching the bus for at least 11 o'clock to make sure I get home. We're going up Tottenham Court Road now. We're going up a different way. We're going past the Seven Dials up here because it's pretty. And then we're going to, when we see Banks, we're going to see a couple of big reindeers are being put up. It's on Tottenham Court Road. And we're going to head into Soho, because I think Soho is not active. As far as the bars look, I can see. This is Covent Garden. It's like when lockdown was here. That's when I should have started it. TikTok was lockdown. I missed it, didn't I? It's a nice big ordinary shop. It's very ordinary. Oh, I missed that pinned comment there. Maybe Christmas Eve. That's just weird. We don't say Christmas Eve. Happy Christmas Eve. We don't say that, do we? I have heard people say it. So this is the Seven Dials. Yes, it is cold, isn't it, Zeus? The restaurants are empty. Closed. I mean, this is usually a very active area. So it's called Seven Dials because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then one we've just come up, 7. 7 dials. Charing Cross. People gather here and sit down. This is a road. This is a working road. Look, this is, you know, it's not like as if it's closed off. Go down there. Oh God, he's come the wrong way. God. See, you've got to be so careful. It's gone the wrong way around the roundabout. Do you think she's in Europe? Hey, Moofy! How are you, honey? We're just at the 7 Dials. Covent Garden. Thank you, Zeus. Shelley! Thank you, honey. I really appreciate it. Every time I'm looking at my screen, you're smashing the SpongeBob's. Hey, I'm ready. But yes, let's see if Banksy's still there. I can't see them removing it because it's on a great big massive concrete seat that must weigh tons. It's not as if it can be easily stolen. SpongeBob SquarePants. Moving. There's the Harry Potter natters. I wonder what Piccadilly's like. We have to go to Piccadilly. Yeah. I don't always get notifications, but I just heard that just then. Right. Come on. Is a car coming? He's coming. We're all right. We're doing the London thing. I feel a bit flat. I don't feel my usual joyful self. I feel a bit tired. This is Charing Cross Road. And oh no, Soho is over there, you know. Let's have a look. Harry Potter natter. Are you Kirst? Hello, Kirsty. Did you see Banksy the other day? I've got a fuzzy brain at the moment, trying to adapt to no work. Now I've got my brain in gear all the time. It's weird to wake up. There's nothing to eat up with the emails. Grab a hot chocolate. I've just had a drink. I can't drink no more, you know me. I'll be dashing to the loo. I can hold soon as I see a toilet, I think, oh, can't hold it no more. I need to go. I think Sorrel's going to be DEAD. Because look, I mean, like, hello, this is Central. And you know, when we came up to see Oxford Street the other day, Tuesday, surprised it weren't as busy as what I thought. Was the light show open or closed? Oh, they're open, look. Oh. Shall we? There is. We're going there in a minute, Rob. We're going to Soho, that's the red light district. Oh, I can't show that. That's an alcohol advertisement. What we'll do is we'll go to Banksy's just here. You see these big concrete slabs, but they're not going to get. Oh, it's gone. Someone painted over it. Oh no, it's not. It's there. It's there. I get ever so excited. There you go. Look. Get out of the way, love. Here we go. Look. There's a Banksy. He's pointing up, I think possibly to do with centre point. And I think what he's trying to say is the amount of homeless people in the winter months, cold as it is. Why are they not in there? Well, the thing is, they can go in there. But they have to pay, I think, well, it used to be £25 a night. I can imagine it's only more now. So, you leaving London tomorrow? I don't think so. Yeah? Not unless you're driving. But there's no transport at all for 2 days. So there's the banks. Have a quick look at the light show. Then we'll walk up a little bit further, Tottenham Court Road. Actually, you know what? We can come back to the light show. Because we have to come here anyway for Soho. It's going to be, oh no, we're going down to Soho. Is that the street from 18s? Oh yeah, all my streets now are from 18s. I'm a little naughty. I do like profanity. And also, I was forever getting violations and restrictions and stupidness going on. Because, you know, TT has made the app for over 18s now, but there is still people on that are not over 18, and I don't know who they are. TT know who they are. and then gives me a violation through my room. Double tap the screen. Good ways to share it onto your story. Onto your own add to story, I think it's called. Big reindeer up here. Next year, do you know what, I didn't think I'd do TikTok for so long. And I actually didn't even think I would stay for this long. And the page has grown really quick. And I'm quite liking it. So next year, I'm going to do a bit more what don't I? But, and talks. Not all going to be history. Might get a bit cold. We've got disused. That's the other streamers doing lots of info. Here's the reindeer. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Oh, no, it's okay, you go. Yeah, we're going to go back to the Banksy. Zoom in. I'm a sucker for pretty lights. I was sad out here, coming out of London, looking at the reindeers. I was coming around the bus from Camden. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's go back. Go back to the Banksy and then into that light show, into Soho. We already hear the zippers on zipping. Quiet, isn't it?
It's quiet.
Very quiet. Yeah. I was going to say, when we was young, you used to be busy. Ooh. Thank you, Wendy. Oh, I just remembered I've got to invite someone. With the name Wendy, I just remembered. What's her name? There we go.
Can you please don't be like GoPro?
And also, I'm just moving away for some guy. Okay, there we go. Just shared it with someone that kept saying they never catch. Are you having a warm up? We're just having a warm up. You know what a warm up is? You know, an adult warm up. We can't show you on TT. Ooh. Can't show you on TT because, you know, it's adult warm up. Plenty of breaks. So we're not doing the usual Christmas-like walk. We just won't have time, but we'll see what's happening in So I don't think anything will be happening because I've seen the pubs and bars close. But we'll go. I'm sure some doorways will be open. Door frames. Selective lightage. Is that a word, lightage? Or is it lighting? It's lighting. And Piccadilly, got to do Piccadilly. We'll have a look at Regent Street. So here's the bank suit. I think this is why it's not been removed, because look, it's on solid. And it's no, we're not going to Big Ben because of the travel. Trains stop at 9:10, the last train from Charing Cross, and the last bus is 12 o'clock, but we want to get it for 11 o'clock, just to make sure that we get the bus, because we've arranged a lift so we can get back home. Well, shit! I've only just come out. Long duniya. So let's have a quick look at the light show here. Alright, welcome. How are you doing? I can't go too close inside because I keep losing contact, don't I? Let's see what it's like. Oh yeah, we've still got connection. Dang, it's windy. Oh, we're all right. You worry about me? No, I've got security here with me. When I'm out late, oh, he's just been stopped by the guys that sell the Arabic perfumes. If I'm coming out late, which we intended to, then we found out transport finishes early. It's always with me. Look. These shoes are made for walking. Again? Fake or real. Yes, he usually does get sold, the perfumes. He bought some last time, actually, when he was up this end. Oh, securing. Yeah, but Welshie, this is part of Christmas. Coming out. When you live in the city, it's part of. Oh, can't show you that advert. That's adult beverages. There's a lot of adult beverages going on. Yeah, but these kids could be on holiday here in London. So when you're on holiday, you go out a lot with the kids, don't you? Thank you, Lynn, for the follow. Let's Welshie, I should make you a mod. Very 3D. No, they might be on holiday. holiday. You come out till late. No, you don't want to be mod. You ain't got time. I don't see you as much as I used to do. I do look on your page though. It's dragging on, shall we? It's dragging on. I get restless. Let's go to where the most of you want to go. To the Soho. I must say, back in the 80s and 90s, Soho was very, very naughty. And over the years, it has had to be cleaned up. But things are still there. These hairdressers that look like hairdressers. These nail technicians that look like nail technicians. Plain and simple. Today's massage offers you a head massage. Whatever else. Maybe. Did we come through that way one time, didn't we? We'll go this way. It's a little bit of a side alley we came through one time, but we're unsure. Keep an eye out. Last trip. No, we ain't catching the last train. 9:10. We won't get it. Otherwise, it just wouldn't have been worth coming out doing a live. We're catching a bus, and we've arranged some family members to pick us up and drive the rest of the way. I think in New Zealand it's already Christmas. They're 12 hours in front, 11 hours in front, yeah, it's already Christmas. It's 7:30 in the morning. Kids will be waking up in down under, Australia, New Zealand, wrapping their presents. See, this is how I'm a Santa can. How quiet it is. Oh, he's a Santa. There we go, there's a Santa. He's bringing the presents on the bike. Quiet as a mouse.
He's vibing with him, you don't know.
Have you ever seen it like this? Prince Edward Theatre. As long as it's not Prince Andrew. Prince Edward, not Prince Andrew. quiet. Very quiet. Oh, Christmas Eve. This is the street we normally come down to get our coffee. Normally the bakers are here. This is Compton Street, by the way. This is the main strip. I'm going to show you the bar, Compton's bar. So that's Ronnie Scott's. Yeah, there's quite a few. This is the cafe we usually go into. The Kofi. Ronnie Scott's started up his business with £100. Yeah. Being like, hello. Let's trek down to Piccadilly. Chinatown as well. Let's have a look. Looks like Compton's bars not open. All these restaurants are closed. Don't know what you're looking for. Not there yet. Not there yet. Big mission. Oh, well, Rod, you'll see what you see. I can't point it out. Quite possibly can buy very slowly. I've been up here many times, been chocker. In the bar itself. Quiet. It's not better, it's supposed to be a gelato. It's missing his leg. This is Compton's, one of the most famous gay bars. That was also attacked. With I can't even say the word. If you Google it, you'll see that is usually heaving. It's nice inside. Let's see if the boy dancers are there. And then we'll get round to the bit that we know, you know. No, there's no boy dancers in the window in front of us. Sorry, girls and boys. It ain't no out tonight. It's literally, this is normally where the dancers are. I'm going to laugh in a minute when I tell you this, but the door there I'm looking at is closed. Even she's not got business open. Normally a little, I'll show you the door frame, yeah. Normally a little blue light is here with, you know, actually you can actually see the blue light, but it's closed. But there's actually something here, a little private members club. I'll walk by very slowly on the side. Oh, it's closed. It's closed. Look, it's closed. Spa. It says a spa. It's not a spa. There's usually something around this corner. Even they're having a day off, by the looks of it. Everyone's having a day off. Oh gosh, yeah, they're having a day off as well. Usually they're like here, you know. Here, oh yes, one there actually. No, it's not. Let me cross over. No, it's not. It's not. Let me show you the street. It's a lovely street here. I'm afraid there's nothing happening. What, warm up? We'll just stop for a little warm up. Little RUM warm up. Actually, that's Lady of the Night. Just viewing the road. Two ladies of the night. With their little club there, Red Dragon Spa. And how hot it gets in there. But it ain't no £2 peep show anymore. Don't worry, we'll come back. We'll come back. Everyone's entitled to a day off. What did he say to him?
I thought it was some weed.
You know, it's a weed. You can get anything here. Anything, you can get anything here. As in anything. There's a Thai massage. It's probably a full body massage, right? That's chargers. I was looking at the phone chargers though. I'll be discreet, you see. I was looking at the phone chargers. Susie's writing down the locations. Right, we're going to Piccadilly. Then head through Chinatown. I was going to the M&M store, but that closed at 7 o'clock. A certain person keeps missing it. So, you are watching See London Live, as it is. Restricted 18s only, because when we're coming up to these type of areas, Soho, which is a prolific adult area, I do have to restrict the stream. But saying that, I have been recently restricting it anyway to over 18s. We're going down to Piccadilly, and I walk up a couple of hundred metres up. A couple of hundred metres up to Regent Street. All the same, so there's no point walking all the way up and all the way back. We can head into Chinatown. Only a little bit. No, where are you? No, you sat at Piccadilly, so I know where you are. You sit in Piccadilly or Chinatown?
I sit by Piccadilly.
Yeah. This is a security failing on his duties. He's bored of the fairies. I think he's seen him a million times. 9, last train from Charing Cross. Depends where you're going to. I would say 11 o'clock because they need to get to their destination to stop for 11 o'clock rather than stop picking up at 12 o'clock. So yeah, this is why it's so very quiet in the middle of the road. This is why it's relatively quiet because there's no transport. I don't want to get stuck because it would be a very long walk home and you'd have to come with me, and I don't fancy walking country roads on a live to get home. So priority number 1 is always myself. Can always do another live. Thank you for the live, Venezuela. Welcome. Please tap the screen, guys. It's very valuable to me. Tapping away. I know, kind of like if you're following a few creators, it can get tedious. But that's how we get out. That's how we get out and about. We get our name out. We have people coming in from Mexico, Venezuela, and all other parts of the world where I wouldn't be able to reach if it wasn't for the tappers and the slackers. I go into lives and even I forget to tap. I think, oh God, I've done it so often. So let's have a look at Piccadilly. This is what dreams are sold to you. Hola! ¿Cómo estás, honey? This is what is sold to you for London. This is your Piccadilly Circus. Titanic, yeah, Titanic. It's there, Titanic. Easy, tiger. Look at I'm carrying you out. This is, I've got security. I've got security here. He's going to get sacked, right? Because security's taking a rest on these steps while I go up to Regent Street a little bit, and he's here. Look, a quick look. I'm just showing you what's warming him up. That's all I can show you. Merry Christmas, the Holy Man. Have a blessed day as well.
Happy Year.
Right.
Happy Year.
Do you want the bottle?
Yeah,
No. We need to get home safely. He's what is... Oh, but you be okay, yeah. So we're going to have a little walk up Regent Street. And he wants me to leave him. The bottle, that's all I can say, the bottle. The bottle that warms him up. I teleported. Yes. Right, let's have a look at some fairies. Angels.
clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight. And I love it.
ChatGPT, do you use AI? I mean, brilliant. He is funny. I'll give Boris Johnson, he is absolutely hilarious. I always find him very endearing and very charismatic. But Santa thinks Boris Johnson is on the naughty list this year, unfortunately. He still won't apologise for the Boris wave, which has ruined some of our Christmases at home, hasn't it? He is on the naughty list until he apologises, and
this is the narrative we're being fed. Here's the hotel. Here's the phones. Here's the iPad. Here's the NHS in reception of your hotel. Here's 3 meals a day. Here's a games room in the hotel. Have a lovely time and welcome. And then there's people that have lived here all their lives that are struggling.
Yeah.
that is Rylan Clark. Well, Santa thinks he was quite brave speaking common sense on TV earlier this year, and apparently some people haven't seen him since. Well, Santa hopes he hasn't been cancelled for it, so he's put him on the nice list this year to cheer him up. Right, who's next? Let me see here. Oh, Ricky Gervais, the comedy legend. He's had another sterling year upsetting anyone who can't have a laugh at the world around them. He's raised millions for his charity with his new alcoholic products. He's also upset London Mayor Sadiq Khan with these new advertisements you can see on the screen right there. These weren't the worst ones he tried to put up, by the way. He tried to put some much worse ones we can't show you on national television. So Ricky Gervais has gone straight on the nice list. And last but not least, the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Well, Santa thinks he has made it to the top of the naughty list this year. Santa thinks he's rolled back his manifesto pledges, taxed the farmers, cut back the courts, censored free speech, let the pensioners freeze last year, blundered the budget. In fact, the list of naughty things he does is so long, Santa just stopped bothering to write them down. Well, right, what do you think, actually, guys? What do you think at home? I want to hear who's on your naughty and nice list at home. Write them into me, gbnews.com/you'll say. I'm going to read them out throughout the next hour or so. Let's go to my panel. Media personality and commentator Ryan Mark Parsons, former Conservative Special Advisor Laura McKevitt, and trade unionist Andy Twelves. Right, Andy, I'll start with you. Who is on your naughty list, first of all?
On my naughty list this year is the former leader of Reform UK in Wales and traitor to the nation, Nathan Gill, close friend of Farage's. He, a couple of months ago, got sent to prison, sent down, in fact, for 10.5 years for taking bribes from Russia to give pro-Kremlin statements when he was a member of the European Parliament under UKIP and the Brexit Party. And I think, just betraying your nations, I think that puts you on the naughty list, Alex. I'll be honest with you.
I can get behind that one on the naughty list. I absolutely can. I absolutely can.
I'm glad to hear that, Alex. I truly am.
I can absolutely. I think there's moments in time where we can all just go, I think that's kind of disgraceful. What do you think about my comments about Santa's comments about the Prime Minister?
Santa, an illegal migrant coming here, he's crossing our borders illegally. I don't think his view should be held.
But the European Union gave him a biometric passport.
Brexit means Brexit. Brexit means Brexit. It doesn't matter. I think
We opened his airspace to him. We Boris waved him this afternoon.
Hashtag Tory Britain.
Right, Mark, who's on your naughty list?
Mine, it's a little less political, maybe more family politics.
No, that's good.
But Brooklyn Beckham, particularly nasty. I'm a massive fan of Victoria Beckham. I loved her documentary on Netflix, but he has blocked his parents. And I think this time of year, like we spoke at the top of the show, it's about coming together, it's about family. What a thing to do around Christmas. I just can't believe it. It all sort of revolves around this feud with his wife back in 2022 when they got married. But I think
they had a feud when they got married.
I think the family with Nicola Peltz, I think his wife is, when they got married, it all sort of originates from there. But
well, it's a reminder that money doesn't buy you happiness, and neither does fame. It can't buy family unity either, can it?
Yeah.
Lauren, who's on your naughty list?
My naughty list is Evan Etzebeth from the South African rugby team.
Oh.
All 6'8" of him.
Oh, right.
I gouged poor little Welsh kid in the last match of the season. Yeah, no.
Well, he's bang on the naughty list then. Absolutely.
In fact, did not get a total. He only got like a 12-week ban or something. Actually, I think he should have been banned for a lot longer.
Oh, well, yeah, that sounds like a ban for life in my opinion. But there we go. Right, nice list. Who's on your nice list?
Nice list isn't political. It's this 7-year-old from South Yorkshire. This guy Noah Playforth. He ran a mile every single day in November to raise funds for a local children's hospice. I think that's like really, really nice, and that's what being British is about, and really what I think GB News and the People's Channel should be celebrating. You know, Noah, his parents have been doing some amazing stuff raising for that hospice, and I think he deserves to be on the nice list.
Absolutely. Straight on the nice list. Santa just texted me, actually, said he's straight on the nice list, top of the nice list. What's yours?
Well, it might be contentious, but it shouldn't be. A good friend of mine that I met on The Apprentice all those years ago, Thomas Skinner, has been vilified by the press, by social media, all of these left-wing nutters that have attacked him since his appearance on Strictly Come Dancing, and all of these exposés that have come out subsequently. He's just someone that I love to watch in the morning, those massive breakfasts, those positive, inspirational messages, and for whatever reason, the press are just hounding him.
Yeah, they are.
But he's always going to be on my nice list. He's a great friend and a really great guy that just stands up for British values.
I think he's brilliant.
I heard he had an email from someone quite high up in Santa's office telling him that he was on the naughty list, confirming that he was on the naughty list when he wasn't. So, you know, we need to investigate that.
Was that person perhaps on the BBC? Because I think that's what
these emails he keeps getting. You know,
that's what he might be claiming. But I don't know.
Dance from Strictly Come Dancing, by the way. I don't know these allegations. It was about. I thought he was.
He looked like he just had a fart that had come out too lumpy. Like all the time. It was awful. It was awful. It was awful. It was awful.
Lauren, come on. Who's on your nice list?
I have to confess, I haven't heard of either of the people who are on there.
Maybe for the best. Maybe for the
I know
best.
his mother is, but I don't know about either of these people. My nice list is Marcus Campbell Sapers, the now ex-Labour MP who voted against.
Very brave.
He's been let back in. He got the whip back.
Yeah, because they reversed the policy, or they altered the policy to such an extent, but they threw him out to begin with, rather than listening to people who knew better than them, saying this is a bad policy enacted poorly, and it's going to put a lot of people out of business, and the only people who get rich will be Blackstone.
Right, well, some people are saying my takedown, Santa's my takedown of...
Are you really Santa? Were you interviewing yourself?
No, Santa did send it to me, but I actually shared, funnily enough, that naughty and nice list, I shared the exact same opinion with Santa on this one.
Pretty novel.
I'm going to take ownership of that opinion and say perhaps my takedown of the Prime Minister is a little bit too harsh. That's what some elves are texting me and saying, I don't know. Clev's here has said, Alex, Charlie Peters deserves to be on the nice list. An amazing year of disclosures that will hopefully get justice for all survivors of the rape gangs. Totally agree with you. 100%. Well done to Charlie there.
The naughty list, whoever it was in the Department of Justice in the US who did not extend the premium subscription to Adobe and redacted the Epstein release. Highlighting it black rather than actually redacting it. So you can just copy and highlight it and dump it into a Word document and read it all.
It's going to be an interesting year, isn't it? I've got a feeling that next year's going to be just as mad, if not maybe madder than last year.
They dodged their way into accidentally releasing everything.
I would go one further. I would say Jeffrey Epstein should be on the naughty list. Well, if he was still about,
well, I was going to say, I don't know if we can. He's not here anymore. We can retrospectively.
Andrew Mamba and Bill Clinton, Donald Trump.
I think these are
naughty list.
No, I don't think Trump's made it.
Trump's never done anything wrong. He never visited the island or went on the plane, guys.
I think Trump has just boosted the economy and made lots of Americans very wealthy.
They've refused to publish unemployment figures for the last 6 months.
Up 4%? No,
there's a big chunk of figures we refuse to publish this year.
Well, I mean, the US. But this is the most transparent US administration in history, comrade. Come on.
Before Andy's the Grinch that stole Christmas, I have got something very more important to check in with, and it's Father Christmas. I want to find out where he is right now, and he was last seen in Basel in Switzerland. What a beautiful time of year to be visiting Switzerland, it really is. We'll keep an eye on him. He'll be coming to the UK very, very soon. I'll see you after the break.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many figures have I got up? About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Samantha, Jeffrey, thank you for your time tonight on the Late Show Live. Really appreciate it. This is a story that, amongst all the stories of wars and murders and crime and so on, at least it's given us a laugh, and at least the raccoon is okay. Just explain to us, if you can, Samantha, exactly what happened. Where was the raccoon found? Where is he now? Who found him, and so on?
Yeah, so the store manager went to open up the ABC store here in Ashland, Virginia, and discovered a bunch of broken bottles in the back room. Upon further investigation, he was also located a raccoon that was passed out in one of the bathrooms. He had locked himself in the bathroom, and that's when the store manager called us to get him.
So first thing first, how on earth did he end up in the store? How did he get in there?
So he fell through the ceiling. So he went through a ceiling tile and took out the wiring for the video camera as he was falling down. So we don't have a whole lot to go off of, just what the evidence that we encountered when we got to the scene of the crime.
So he fell through the ceiling, and I guess he landed on, because there's pictures here we've got of bottles of, I think it's whiskey, just strewn all over the store. So he must have fallen through the ceiling onto the shelves, smashed all the bottles, and then I guess from there thought it was going to be a great idea to, lap up all the alcohol on the floor?
I guess so. He just decided to have a party.
And who found him?
The store manager.
What was their reaction? Have you spoken to them? What were their first sort of comments to you when I guess they called you to report the raccoon passed out in the bathroom, right?
Yeah, they were a little bit distraught. They didn't know how to get him out. They obviously did not want to pick him up themselves. That's why they called us for assistance.
GB News, the People's Channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Welcome back to the night before Christmas with me, Alex Armstrong. I hope you're having such a wonderful evening. I know this is a really special time of year. Thank you for joining me tonight and my wonderful panel. And we really appreciate you joining us and giving us your company. And now with the lights, baubles and high street shopping, it's often easy to forget the true meaning of Christmas, isn't it? The celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ. This Christmas story is about a message of hope in hardship, peace in conflict, and love offered without condition. And I'm now joined by lawyer at the Christian Legal Centre, Michael Phillips, to talk more about it. Michael, thank you so much for joining me on such a special evening to so many Christians around the world, but to so many of us, of course, around the country. Michael, what is the true meaning of Christmas? Because sometimes we do forget it amongst all the presents and the shopping and the consumerism. We forget what the true meaning of Christmas is all about.
Yes, it is very sad because sometimes you go around town centres these days and they talk about winter festivals and evergreen trees in Tesco's, and it really has got very far away from the true meaning of Christmas, and it's there in the name. It's a mass to celebrate Christ, and Christ is the Greek word for the Messiah, the long-awaited Messiah who was meant to be coming into the world, promised of old, and then finally his advent happened, and he did come into this world, and he has completely revolutionized the world. I was just speaking today to a couple of people that I know, and I said, look, 2,000 years ago, there was a ragtag group of people who were following this Middle Eastern prophet, and by the end of the 3rd century, 60% of the Roman Empire was Christian, and completely changed the Roman Empire, completely changed our world, and continues to change our world even to this day.
And it's the foundation of so many of our values and principles in Britain. It's what I believe the heart of Christianity has been written into our legislature, into so much of the way that we carry ourselves. Even our monarch is the defender of the faith in the Protestant church, of course. Michael, how can people remember this important part of Christmas? If they're trying to remember it back home and they're trying to at least pay tribute to our homage to it, how can they best do that?
Yeah, what I would suggest to anybody, and this is the actually shocking statistic, that 60% of Generation Z reported to the Daily Mail that they're going to be going to church at some point in time over the Christmas period. And the worst generation is actually the oldest generation, the silent generation, who say 24% of them. So, for so many years, it seems as though the atheists were on the rise, that, religion and Christianity in particular was in the doldrums, and everybody was celebrating it seemed. But in fact, what it's led to to misery. It's led to increase of mental health problems. And now that we're beginning to see, in fact, that there is a purpose to life. There is hope at the end of life. And that hope is to be found in a person, is to be found in a baby. And his name is Jesus, and he came into the world in order to save us from our sins. And that is the word. That is what the word Emmanuel means: God with us. And it is the most amazing message. And I would say to anybody, get on to church this Christmas day tomorrow, and every Sunday, read the Bible, pray with your family. And that's what I try to do with my own family, because that's what's going to set this country. Is going to set the individuals, going to set the families, going to set the country back on the straight and narrow.
Indeed. It's so refreshing to hear the younger generation are taking up Christianity again. Something so important, I think, to the principles of what makes Britain, Great Britain, actually. Michael Phillips, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Merry Christmas to you, and God bless. Christmas. Thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, Lauren, I wanted to come to you because you were a choir girl, weren't you?
I still am, in fact.
You still are. It's wonderful stuff. How do you celebrate Christmas, and how do you find people that go to church on Christmas Day and then at midnight? I've done midnight mass last year as well, which is incredible. My first ever midnight mass, by the way. Absolutely loved it. I thought it was magical, and it was...
Was there a donkey?
No, there wasn't a donkey, but there we go.
You were the donkey, Alex.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Seeing as I didn't know what was going on, yes. But we were talking about this. Do you see more young people? Do you hear this? More young people?
So there was a Bible Society report that came out about 6 months ago indicating a massive trend across the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, in relation to both the traditional and the evangelical wings of a resurgence of young people attending church. And I think that has an awful lot to do with the amount of disinformation that exists online, the amount of self-help stuff that exists online, the idea that you could then instead come back to the absolute truth of a book that's existed for 2,000 years. I think there's something quite comforting and some quite truthful and faithful within that a younger generation will look for, because of just frankly how much BS is floating around in the online world that they're sitting in all the time.
Well, Ryan Martin, Gen Z is sitting right here. Have you seen yourself or many others maybe of your age going to finding religion and going to church? Is that something you've noticed amongst your friends? Or is it perhaps different variations of people of different ages that you've noticed?
I have actually. I mean, this is obviously all anecdotal, but a lot of my friends are flocking to churches, and there's a lot of... I actually went to a service where the congregation was I'd say everyone was in their 20s, and it was lively, it was energetic, it was... I don't know, there was an electricity about it, and I think people are going to these services in huge numbers now, particularly amongst people my age, because as much as social media is there and we're all addicted to it, especially Gen Z, I think there's something incredibly isolating about being on social media, and we're yearning, and I'm talking for myself as well, for that actual real life sense of community, stepping away from the screen and actually connecting to something, what I see as a believer as something to believe in, something real, a faith.
It's also the same part of the brain, by the way. Religious ecstasy, and when they do sort of MRI and inspect analysis of the brain, when you're analysing somebody experiencing religious ecstasy, apparently it is the same as the high from alcohol or dope. It's basically, it has the same impact on the dopamine receptors in your body as alcohol or drugs or social media would end up having in a dopamine response.
It's really beautiful. Of course, Andy, do you know many young people that have started turning to Christianity? Any of your friends at all become religious? Or perhaps it is just a Gen Z thing? Because I'm a millennial, so amongst my age group, I haven't seen anyone pick this up, but I have seen one or two.
There's this place in Manchester, there's this wonderful bar on Canal Street called The Church, which I often frequented.
That's as close as you get from burning into flames.
Well, quite. I think I was a Jesuit Catholic. That's how I grew up. I firmly believed in the Catholic Church, and I think moving to I went to church when I was younger because of that sense of community. I grew up in quite a small town, and that was where you would see everyone on a Sunday or on a Wednesday, and you would go for coffees with them in the church hall next door, and you'd really connect with your community at that time. And moving I don't really think a lot of people that I'm friends with have moved to London. They're not from London originally. The community replicated. So I think a lot of their community just is.
It's a good point. Well, look, I'll be joined by Hugh from We Served, a charity help over the festive period, which I think is really important to remember that, of course, many people who need our support at this time of year. Before that, let's check in and see where Father Christmas is right now. Well, he was last seen in Geneva, Switzerland. We'll keep an eye on him. I don't know where he's heading towards now. I can't actually see. We'll see you after the break, and I'll give you an update for any of the kids watching at home. I will let you know as soon as Santa starts to arrive. Better get to bed before then. See you in a minute.
Happy Christmas Eve, and welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weather for Christmas Day, similar to Christmas Eve. Dry for the vast majority, bit of sunshine here and there, and a cold wind blowing. Here's the reason why. High pressure just sitting in the North Sea is not going to give us a white Christmas, but it will continue to provide strong winds across the south. Been pretty chilly if you've been out today, and that wind will continue to bring in a fair bit of cloud over northern England, Wales and southeast Scotland overnight. Some clearer skies in the far northwest, and lighter winds here means it will turn cold with a frost, and there could also again be some fog patches to contend with. So some freezing fog for Christmas Day morning across the far north of Scotland. But if you don't get the fog, at least you should have some good spells of sunshine across the north and the west of Scotland for the morning. The eastern side of Scotland, northeastern parts of England, likely to be predominantly overcast, quite a bit of cloud here. To the west of the Pennines, some breaks in the cloud, mixture of cloud and sunny spells for Northern Ireland and North Wales. Much of South Wales, the Midlands and Southern England will have a sunny start to the big day, but that wind is still going to be there. It's going to make it feel cold if you go for a Christmas Day dip or indeed your Christmas Day walk. Yes, it may look nice with plenty of sunshine, but it will feel cold. We'll see some sunny spells developing in most areas. Chance of 1 or 2 showers over the Channel Islands in the morning, and perhaps into the far south of Cornwall, but otherwise dry, 5, 6, maybe 7 degrees Celsius, but I can't emphasise enough, that wind will make it feel quite a bit colder than that in the south. That wind is still with us as we go through Boxing Day, perhaps not quite as strong, but still providing a chill on the beaches especially. Perhaps a bit more cloud across the south on Boxing Day, but again, for many places, should be dry. We should see plenty of sunshine. Temperatures about average or a touch below, and again, feeling colder with that wind in the south.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
I think Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up? About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back, I'm Alex Armstrong, and this, of course, is the night before Christmas. Christmas can be a very lonely time for so many people, so I'm very glad to introduce my next guest from We Served, a digital marketplace for veterans and their families. They offer jobs, training, healthcare and services, and housing and accommodation support for veterans, with already 35,000 signed up. Well, I'm joined now by the co-founder of the charity We Served, Hugh Andre. Hugh, thank you so much for joining me on this very special evening, of course, on Christmas Eve. But many veterans, as I was saying, are alone and maybe homeless this time of year, and it's very important that we remember them. Tell me more about what it is you do and why it's so important for us to think of our veterans this time of year.
Yeah, Alex, good evening. Thank you for having me, giving me the opportunity to speak to your viewers. I would just like to start, however, by saying that we're not a charity. There are actually 2,200 military charities in the UK, and we certainly don't need another one. But we do, of course, support charities, etc. We have a community of 5.1 million veterans, their wives, husbands, and children in the UK. And a couple of years ago, I found myself in a pretty dark place. And I didn't really know where to go or how to get help. And thankfully, my much better half was there to support me. And I ended up getting onto the NHS Op Courage pathway, which I'd like to come back to in a moment. But at that very moment, I just thought, my God, if I struggle to know where to go, and I've been putting veterans into employment for the last 15 years, if I don't know where to go, where does Tommy Atkins, in Grimsby or wherever, where does he have to go? So what we decided, and as I said, I've been supporting veterans for 15 years, and it became really obvious that we need one single online platform. We call it a marketplace, where veterans and their families can sign up for free. And we've already got over 1,000 jobs from UK employers being advertised. We offer training and development courses. In January, one of my colleagues, who's a former Coldstream Guards officer, is going to be launching the most amazing healthcare and wellbeing platform. So actually, veterans and their families can go on and get kind of like private medical for £5 a month or 16. They choose. So we, as I said, we're like a shop And what we're doing is we're putting as many goods, services and products onto the shelves so that veterans can sign up and make use of them. But I think also, as importantly, when you leave the military, you kind of leave a family and you leave a tribe. You know, I served for 10 years. I had the privilege and honour of leading the best soldiers in the world. So for me, this is about giving back and giving them one single place where they can come to get all the support and the help that they need if they need it. But, you know, the narrative I do want your viewers to just take on board to me. Veterans aren't victims, we're assets. You know, we can do good, but there are some who need support and help. And you're absolutely right, Alex. Christmas is a really tough time for many veterans. I mean, the amount who volunteered to do Christmas duty was incredible because they were amongst their friends. So, yeah, it's a challenging time. But I have 3 wishes for next year. And my first one is that this government will use 3,000 of their empty properties that are being used to house other people, etc. So our veterans don't have to sleep rough. You know, we've got the assets. And by the way, you mentioned the charities. You know, our charities have got a lot of money sat in their bank accounts, and that should be used to upgrade these properties and provide the housing that is required. I think secondly, I mentioned Op Courage. We're a private business, but I'm a big believer in public partnerships. Op Courage and Op Restore, the 2 pathways Johnny Mercer set up in the last government. Op Restore is for those with physical injuries, and Op Courage for those with mental health support. They need more money and they need more resources. They need more counsellors because we have a tsunami of healthcare, mental health issues on the horizon from all the young lads and the boys and girls who are in Iraq and Afghanistan. You know, we pulled out of there the disastrous way we did in 2019. But PTSD, that has a 14-year gestation period. You know, I'm not the smartest tool in the box, but even I can work out that, you know, there's a big problem. And we need the government to put more money into that. And finally, if anyone out there, you know, and I know you have a lot of veterans and military who watch your program, but there's an amazing guy called Ben Williams. He's an ex-Royal Marine Commando. He's setting up the first ever venture fund to help veterans set up businesses.
Amazing.
We haven't got one. There are 5 in the USA. We haven't got one over here. So, I mean, we've had to raise money from friends, family. We've had 68 veterans invest. What are we doing as a country? You know,
Hugh, this is exactly it, and I think I'm so pleased you've come and joined me tonight because we do have a big veteran community that watch GB News. I've got veterans in my family, very close to my family, and I'm so shocked by the lack of support and visibility on the information for the support and everything you've highlighted. And I think this is the time of year we should think about people who have put their lives in the firing line for our country and for our way of life. Hugh, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate you coming on the show. That's Hugh there, co-founder of We Served. Thank you very much. Andy, I'll come to you. We were talking about housing for veterans. Do you think the government's doing enough to house our veterans?
I think in the Ministry of Defence, you've got a really strong veteran-first approach to ministers. You know, Al Cairns, he's, I think, a Royal Marine veteran. He spent, 20 years in the Royal Marines. You've got Louis Sander-Jones, who spent time in the British Army as an intelligence officer. Rarely would you find 2 veterans serving in the Ministry of Defence as junior ministers. One as Minister of State, one as Parliamentary, one as Secretary of State for Defence. I think they are so keen about getting veterans off the streets, getting them into services that will, I completely agree, they're not victims, they're assets. I think everyone at the Ministry of Defence under this Labour government agrees with that. And it's finding their place on Civvy Street, as they would say, you know, translating those skills that they developed in the Army, in the Navy, in the RAF, wherever, and applying them into our society. And I think definitely we should be investing more in housing, in conversion services, stuff like that. Absolutely.
All right, well, look, just very, very briefly here, Paul Farrow says, talking about Shu there, he said, he's right, I served 22 years in the Army, it's an extended family. Well, Merry Christmas to you, Paul. Thank you so much for writing into us. Coming up in just a moment. It's nearly time for our Christmas advert debate. Which one do you think was best? Let us know, gbnews.com/you'll say. But let's very briefly check in on Santa. I don't know where he is there, actually. He's in Morocco. There he is, Morocco. He's hopefully getting a bit of sunshine there before he comes over to cloudy old England. We'll see you all very shortly.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then.
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
The colder weather the UK is experiencing on Christmas Day extends into Iberia. It's unsettled across the central part of the Mediterranean. Also some rain through Turkey. But Greece looking mostly fine. Sunny spells here. The rain and wind through the central Med affecting the Balearics. Heading into the south of France and Italy later. Plenty of sunshine for Spain and Portugal. But feeling cooler, and it's going to stay on the cool side here into the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Sir Jacob Rees-Moggs, State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
The National Trust has come under fire after declining a Catholic filmmaker's request to shoot a documentary at St Cuthbert's Cave in Northumberland. St Cuthbert's Cave was a crucial location for the film, as it's traditionally believed to be where the saint's body rested in 875 before he was moved to Durham, where it remains today. The Trust justified its decision by citing the project's religious affiliation, sparking accusations that the heritage charity has breached equality laws and is engaging in illegal religious discrimination. I'm joined now by the filmmaker at the centre of the story, Christian Holden. Christian, thank you for coming in. So, first of all, tell me about St Cuthbert. Why do we mind about St Cuthbert?
Well, St Cuthbert, this historical figure, this great figure of the northeast of England and the Scottish borders area, was renowned for his physical prowess, for his great night vigils. I approached the National Trust to ask permission to film there, and the initial response I had from them by email was that they didn't host any filming of a religious or political nature. I made a phone call to that particular person and explained more about what we hope to do, and that aside from its religious storyline, there's also historical value to it, cultural.
And so you were making the case that St Cuthbert was a cultural icon as well as a religious icon in the northeast of England, a very important political as well as religious figure in the consolidation of Christianity in the northeast.
It's such a critical part of our culture and our heritage, particularly in that area as well. So I was bewildered to be refused to visit and film this site of such importance on the basis of essentially being a Christian filmmaker.
GB News, the People's Channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored. Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable. What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
welcome back to The Night Before Christmas with me, Alex Armstrong. I hope you're having a wonderful evening at home. Festive TV adverts drum up a lot of attention every year, with John Lewis typically being a fan favourite. But has Waitrose knocked them off the top spot this year? Let's have a flavour of each, starting with Waitrose, shall we?
I'm Kira.
I'm Kira. I'm Phil. Phil. Hi.
Hi.
I've made you something special to say.
I have to admit, I haven't seen either of those ads yet, so let's now play the John Lewis advertisement.
Why don't you take my hand, come by, come out of the blues. Boy, everything you give, so will I give something to do.
Well, listen, always a magical time of year for advertising, isn't it? And I have to say, I think both those adverts, from what I've seen from the snippets of them, are very different emotional. They play different heartstrings, don't they? One of them is a callback to a very famous movie, I think Love Actually, where very light-hearted. The other one is a play about your humanity, your family. And I think there's something very special about both of them in a different way, because they hark back to different times. What do you think, Andy?
Not quite written by Don Draper, I don't think. The days of Mad Men would never appreciate anything like that. I don't know, I like the John Lewis one because it was like, the full thing is like maybe 2 minutes long, and it's just this guy who sees this son at a club and he's like, damn, before all the kids and the wife and stuff, I was really happy when I was clubbing. And he went clubbing and was really happy, and that's a message I think I can get behind.
That's how Andy lives his life.
Real.
Ryan, Mark?
John Lewis was okay. I didn't really get the festive vibes from it though so much. I really like Keira Knightley, and I think Joe Wilkinson is the comedian that stars with her in the advert. But I'm more astonished that Marks and Spencer's have decided to use Dawn French again in their Christmas advert after that horrible video she put out in the summer, where she mocks the October the 7th attack, saying it was a bad thing. I mean, I really don't understand why M&S would want to be associated.
They probably from it.
Well, they're not even. I think they're in the running for best advert this year, but perhaps that's perhaps why, I don't know. But obviously, some people love Dawn.
Well, she was shocking in anyway.
There you go. All right, Lauren. Which ones of the snippets you saw? Which ones do you like?
Well, bearing in mind that they're the first snippets I've seen of
Yes,
them, I don't know about you, but I don't watch television that shows up ads like this anymore. I watch things on Catch Up or on Netflix, and so I'm missing the great ad wars that used to happen.
Yeah, well, you should tune into TV News more often, Lauren.
And but of the two, the snippets that I saw, the John Lewis one I like because I did read something about the John Lewis one when it first came out at the beginning of December, and I like the idea of doing something around dads getting gifts, because I often think that dads get a bit shortchanged at Christmas with giving.
That's fair enough.
Because dads can be quite hard to buy for. There's all these jokes coming out around Christmas about a yellow weather warning for Lynx Africa coming out over the UK. I feel like sometimes dads get shortchanged at Christmas because they can be quite difficult to buy for. So I like one that's dad-centric.
Can I say, I actually prefer the Waitrose one, because I like Christmas to be very happy and very uplifting.
And you fancy Keira Knightley?
Well, and she is absolutely beautiful, isn't she? She's gorgeous. But that's not the reason why. It's because I think that Christmas... Yeah, Joe Wilkinson.
You want Joe Wilkinson outside the house holding
I just want to be made happy at Christmas. And I think these sorts of things are brilliant. Look at this stuff. I mean, it's
and you think a giant pie outside your house is going to do that?
Why not?
I would be quite happy if I bumped into Keira Knightley in Waitrose. She looked at me like that. That would be...
Well, listen, there we have it. I'm going Waitrose. What do you think at home? Let me know in the comments. gbnews.com/your say. Right, after the break.
And it's a happy Christmas to everybody. So Merry Christmas from my family to yours.
Christmas is the most special time of year.
I'd like to wish the whole country a very happy Christmas.
Right, we're going to be bringing you all our takes on the Christmas messages from our beloved political leaders. It's the first time you might have seen Davey without being on a trampoline. That's all coming up next.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box
Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, happy Christmas Eve, and welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weather for Christmas Day, similar to Christmas Eve. Dry for the vast majority, a bit of sunshine here and there, and a cold wind blowing. Here's the reason why. High pressure sitting in the North Sea is not going to give us a white Christmas, but it will continue to provide strong winds across the south. Been pretty chilly if you've been out today, and that wind will continue to bring in a fair bit of cloud over northern England, Wales, and southeast Scotland overnight. Some clearer skies in the far northwest, and lighter winds here means it will turn cold with a frost, and there could also again be some fog patches to contend with. So some freezing fog for Christmas Day morning across the far north of Scotland. But if you don't get the fog, at least you should have some good spells of sunshine across the north and the west of Scotland for the morning. The eastern side of Scotland, northeastern parts of England, likely to be predominantly overcast, quite a bit of cloud here. To the west of the Pennines, some breaks in the cloud, mixture of cloud and sunny spells for Northern Ireland and North Wales. Much of South Wales, the Midlands and Southern England will have a sunny start to the big day, but that wind is still going to be there. It's going to make it feel cold if you go for a Christmas Day dip, or indeed your Christmas Day walk. Yes, it may look nice with plenty of sunshine, but it will feel cold. We'll see some sunny spells developing in most areas. Chance of 1 or 2 showers over the Channel Islands in the morning, perhaps into the far south of Cornwall, but otherwise dry, 5, 6, maybe 7 degrees Celsius, but I can't emphasise enough, that wind will make it feel quite a bit colder than that in the south. That wind is still with us as we go through Boxing Day, perhaps not quite as strong, but still providing a chill on the beaches especially. Perhaps a bit more cloud across the south on Boxing Day, but again, for many places, should be dry. We should see plenty of sunshine. Temperatures about average or a touch below, and again, feeling colder with that wind in the south.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News. This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here is the real world. Am I allowed to talk? No, that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Boom. They are under no illusion. Ray, are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
I do know they are throwing things out the cars.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. Okay, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration, or law and order, nothing is off limits. You have the power then.
Yeah, as I
And
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, it's 11 o'clock on the 24th of December. I'm Alex Armstrong, and this is the night before Christmas. On this very special show tonight, we'll be bringing you live updates from Father Christmas's journey across the world, delivering presents to all the boys and girls. He's just flown over Timbuktu also.
And it's a happy Christmas to everybody. So Merry Christmas from my family to yours.
Christmas is the most special time of year.
I'd like to wish the whole country a very happy Christmas.
Well, our beloved political leaders have released their Christmas messages to the nation, but do any of you actually care about them? Let me know what you think. We'll also be taking a look to tomorrow's schedule for the royals, from prayers at Sandringham to the King's Christmas message also. Have John Lewis taken the crown once again as the nation's favourite Christmas ad, and it wouldn't be Christmas without some classic Christmas carols. We'll be bringing them to you throughout the show, and isn't that just one of the best Christmas songs? And this Christmas, we are all remembering Chris Rea, who sadly passed away earlier this week at the age of 74. Is his classic Driving Home for Christmas your favourite? I want to hear from you. gbnews.com/you'll say, send me in your favourite Christmas song. And throughout the show, we'll be joined by some very special guests. And of course, some GB News favourites, including a Christmas Eve trip to Adam Brooks's pub. I wonder if any Labour MPs will be allowed in this evening. On my panel tonight, media personality and commentator Ryan Mark Parsons, former Conservative Special Advisor Lauren McKevitt, and trade unionist Andy Twelves. And of course, a very festive version of What Happens Next. Thank you for joining me on the night before Christmas. And here at GB News, we're wishing all of you at home a very Merry Christmas wherever you are. There's loads to come on the show tonight. It's going to be very festive. But first, we're going to get your news with Tatiana Sanchez.
Thank you very much and good evening. The top stories. The Princess of Wales and Princess Charlotte have performed together on the piano for Kate's Christmas Carol concert. Mother and daughter sat together at the instrument to play a piece they know well by Scottish composer Erland Cooper.
At its heart, Christmas speaks of love taking form in the simplest, most human ways. Not in sentimental or grand gestures, but gentle ones. A moment of listening, a word of comfort, a friendly conversation, a helping hand, presence. These simple acts of care might seem small, but they contribute to the beautiful tapestry of life to which we all belong.
The Prime Minister acknowledged Britain's cost of living struggles in his Christmas message earlier today and vowed that helping with the issue is his priority.
People are travelling home to be with their loved ones. Children are bursting with excitement. Families are making the final preparations, wrapping presents, hanging stockings, rushing out for last-minute bits. It's a truly special time of year. I know many across Britain are still struggling with the cost of living. Helping with that is my priority.
A photograph has been released by Buckingham Palace showing the King delivering his Christmas message again outside of traditional palace walls. This year, the annual address was filmed in the Lady Chapel inside Westminster Abbey, the second time the monarch has recorded it away from a royal residence. US authorities have discovered more than 1 million more documents potentially related to the late paedophile Jeffrey Epstein that they plan to release in the coming days and weeks, officials say. The US attorney for the Southern District of New York and the FBI have informed the Department of Justice about the discovery and turned over the documents for lawyers to review. The statement did not specify how the FBI and New York prosecutors came across this additional material. And tributes have been paid to a 13-year-old boy who was fatally stabbed in central Portugal yesterday. The boy, named locally as British national Alfie Hallett, died after being found with several injuries caused by a bladed weapon. According to Portuguese police, the suspect was found with similar injuries and died in a possible gas explosion. Police said the mother was found by authorities showing signs of having been restrained and assaulted. She was taken to a nearby hospital to be treated for her injuries. A spokesman said the alleged perpetrator had already served a prison sentence for aggravated homicide, and the family had been flagged following domestic violence cases registered in 2022 and 23. And those are the latest GB News headlines.
Welcome back to the night. It's only 1 hour to go before it's officially Christmas Day, and as ever, I'm going to be keeping you updated on Santa's whereabouts. Last seen in Mali now. But seeing as it's Christmas, that means our political leaders have given their Christmas messages, and tonight we wanted to give you an unfiltered review of all of them. First up, we of course must begin with the Prime Minister.
I'd like to wish the whole country a very happy Christmas. Right now, all across the UK, people are travelling home to be with their loved ones. Children are bursting with excitement. Families are making the final preparations, wrapping presents, hanging stockings, rushing out for last-minute bits. It's a truly special time of year. I know many across Britain are still struggling with the cost of living. Helping with that is my priority.
And a fairly uncontroversial one there from the Prime Minister. But next up, let's have a look at what Reform UK leader Nigel Farage had to say.
Here in the Clacton constituency, delivering gifts to kids in the homes, and oh boy, you know, if you've got problems in your life, think about some of these youngsters and what they've gone through. And to FC Clacton, where lots and lots of screaming kids were looking forward to a really big sit-down meal. A lot of those kids, foster kids, etc., and for them to all be together, and wasn't it joyous? And that's what Christmas really, I think, for many of us, is about. Well, we've now retired as the daylight begins to fade from 3J's pub in Jaywick. And it's a happy Christmas to everybody here in the Clacton constituency and around the rest of the country too.
Right, perhaps better produced than some of his fellow party leaders, and of course taking advantage of the 6-7. This thing, all the parents at home know what it is. The 6-7 trend that seems to be dominating social media at the moment. Nobody here knows. I'm going to ask Ryan Mark shortly if he can tell me, because he's Gen Z. I'm sure he'll know more about it than I will. But meanwhile, here was Conservative Party leader Kemi Badenoch.
Christmas is the most special time of year. A time for making merry, of course, seeing friends. But more than anything, Christmas is about family. One of the privileges of being a mother is watching my children grow up, and it happens so quickly. So this Christmas, I'm excited to spend lots of quality time with them. With that in mind, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who has supported me during my first year as leader of the opposition. It's been the biggest challenge of my life, but it's also been a wonderful year. I can't wait to get back to work next year to create a better United Kingdom. But in the meantime, I wish you a very Merry Christmas.
That's a very wholesome take from the leader of the opposition. And of course, here was Liberal Democrat leader Sir Ed Davey.
Now, this Christmas tree behind me gets a lot of abuse every year. The social media trolls who spread right-wing conspiracy theories like to compare it to the tree in New York City, in Warsaw, and in Budapest. They say it is an example of our country's decline. And I have to admit, on the surface, it does look a little underwhelming. But it's also my favourite Christmas tree.
Okay, yeah. So Ed Davey decided to point out the Norwegian Christmas tree, which, as part of a tradition since World War II, has been sent to the UK every year, but always finds itself looking a little bit more shabby than some of our European counterparts. And if you're missing one major political party, or at least an up-and-coming political party, that is Zach Polanski. Here, he's decided to release his Christmas message tomorrow at the exact same time as the Kings. I think you can make of that what you will at home. I think we all know what that means. But let's see what my great panel here thinks. So I've got Andy Twelves with me. I've got Ryan Mark Parsons and Lauren McEvitt. Right, look. I have a lot. I wanted to say a lot more about Sir Ed Davies one because I know what everyone else will be thinking at home. But Andy, let's start with you. Who's the message that struck through to you the most?
I think they're all pretty average, to be honest. It's one of those things where you have to do it, and it's sort of like, it sort of matters, but it sort of doesn't. Yeah. And, you know, if you do a bog standard Christmas message, then you're cleared through to the next year. If you do a diabolical one, then you get a bit of trouble over the silly season of Christmas. But I thought it was quite novel that Nigel Farage actually went to Clacton for once. But especially given, I think it was either last year's or the year before, it was at Blenheim Palace, his Christmas message was, the Duke of Marlborough has just been charged for strangulation of a girlfriend. Obviously, Duke of Marlborough, a big Reform UK supporter. Sad that his support has not gone on past his charging. Clearly, Nigel Farage taking a stand and actually visited his constituency for once. I thought, very down with the kids though, Nigel Farage, 6'7", etc. Ryan, Mark, please tell us.
Yeah, please, because I think everyone at home who's got kids or grandchildren wants to know what the 6'7's all about.
Well, this is actually a Gen Alpha thing. So, like,
Gen
people
Alpha
from the early 2010s, but from what I understand, it means like so-so.
Right.
Like
okay.
so-so.
Right.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah, okay.
It cracked my nephew up in church on Sunday because he there was one of the readings in the lesson of carols. It was Isaiah verses 1, 6, and 7, and he was literally pointing this out to the family in the row. And we're like, we don't get it, kid. We're like, love you very much, but wow.
But this is the thing. I find these Christmas messages to be very tedious, but I understand why political leaders do this because the Prime Minister kind of has to.
Yeah, it's a PR obligation at this point because I think especially for Keir Starmer, if he didn't do something like this, if this was the year he missed it, half the people in this country would believe that on Monday morning he was going to be welcoming the caliphate into the UK. They would fully be unhinged if he didn't do it. But it's basically a checkbox exercise, along with an Easter message and a Hanukkah message and an Eid message, and there's a calendar of things for which the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, etc., they have to do a video, and this is just one of them.
I think the best part of this whole thing is actually not political leaders, but MPs. They often run like Christmas card contests for local constituents where the kids do it, and you do see some absolute clangers that have won from these kids from the constituency that have sent in that are just like absolutely awful, but they put them on the card because you've got to support the constituency. I think that's really the most beautiful part of it all, to be honest.
Well, it's not. I mean, it is nice when the politicians actually speak to their local constituencies, but I do understand party leaders are very busy. But I just don't know why.
Davey had to take a break from his windsurfing.
He did. I mean, I was half.
It's a very touching sport. It's a very troubling sport. It's very busy.
I mean, I just can't stand Keir Starmer's voice. I don't know if anyone else agrees. Anyone watching this at home?
He has a deeply nasal voice. That's quite irritating.
Like, it's just horrible to hear. I just can't bear listening to Keir Starmer. But actually, out of all of them, I really enjoyed Kemi Badenoch's.
Did you?
Yeah, the production, the music. I think she looked great.
I wonder what she thought.
I love the message of Christianity and family. Nigel Farage's was quite chirpy and jovial, but Keir Starmer absolutely can't bear his voice.
I think Nigel was making a point about Keir Starmer Keir Starmer went to a school a couple of weeks ago and filmed with kids. The kids did the 6-7 thing, and he did it with them, and then he got in trouble with the headmistress. So I think Nigel was making a point that he doesn't get in trouble. He looks more natural.
In fairness, I think it would probably be a red flag if a 60-something politician was natural doing the 6-7 with kids. I don't really want that calibre of politician. I want a slightly awkward statesman that doesn't really get the internet trends, but does it anyway.
But I think Nigel Farage, I don't know how he does it. Somehow he always seems quite cool. I think, even the cameo videos, I think there's something about Nigel.
I thought he was very cool when he went up the Ra. That was is that Reform UK policy? You know, that was a famous cameo video of his. Well, up the Ra, Nigel.
You could pay him
really,
literally anything.
Well, that was the thing, wasn't it, with cameos? That
so he can be sold out for what, 20 quid?
It was really not that much. We did it for a fact. It was really not that much money.
Got to be a little bit balanced.
How much would you charge for a cameo, Alex?
I think, well, obviously politicians. I think he thought his career in politics was over, and I think at that point
he'd sold out.
I mean, he also was a household name. He was never an elected politician here in Parliament up until very, very recently, last year. And so I think it's very interesting to see some of these politicians go on to become more household names.
How much would you sell a cameo for? How much would you be paid to say up the Ra on a video?
I mean, I probably wouldn't say it, but I know what that means.
Yeah. Well, do you think Nigel Farage up the IRA, the Irish Republic, the Provisional Irish Republican Army?
He's post Good Friday agreement. Like, it's not his fault.
Guys. Do you? How much would you have to be paid to say up the Ra?
No, I don't know if I'd be paid to say it. I don't think.
Well, he did. He got paid.
But he's had to agree to say it. There wasn't a gun to his head. He wasn't a hospital.
No, there was the low price of $29.99. You can get Nigel Farage to support your prescribed organisation.
It was a bit more than £29.
What do you say about Hamas?
We paid for it.
What do you think we have to like? If you're buying a present for the king, it's the king's speeches tomorrow.
Yeah.
Very beautiful day. The king has everything, right? What would you buy them on? If you're going to, let's say, going to have dinner, you know, you're expected to bring a present. What do you bring for the king?
So famously, the royal family, when they're at Sandringham, they don't buy big presents for each other. They have a Secret Santa thing where they've got a price limit of about £6 or £7, and you're supposed to bring £6 or £7. you're supposed to bring, you know, like a joke gift or, you know, chutney or something that you've made. And quite famously, Diana did an interview at one point where she said that she didn't know about this, and so the first Christmas she spent with the royal family, she bought everybody cashmere jumpers or something, and was made to feel really out of place. And she also said that they had about 7 costume changes during the day, which she didn't like very much. But
so I get why these kids love it now. Right, Mark, what would you buy them on it?
I mean, that's just so impossible. But you know, actually, I think I'd buy him a Netflix subscription so he can see his portrayal in The Crown. Because I forgot the actor that plays King Charles. Is it Josh O'Connor?
Dominic West.
At some point.
Josh O'Connor is the young.
He's the younger one.
The younger one.
He's the younger one.
I think.
He's done very well now, this actor who played...
he's in the Knives Out trilogy.
Yeah.
He was in Charles.
But I think he would appreciate this really hot actor portraying him in The Crown. So I think if he hasn't got a subscription already, I would gift the king a Netflix subscription.
I mean, genuinely, my understanding is that like they appreciate stuff like whoopee cushions and things.
Well, so Prince Harry has done an interview with many American journalists, and he does a lot of them, doesn't he? And he said that he watches it, but not all of them say they do, which is very interesting. And, you know, obviously, that it's not a factual depiction of the royal family, it's a drama. It's a dramatization. We don't know what's said. Yeah. This is someone with scriptwriters saying things, and a lot of people don't realise that it's complete fiction.
I thought The Crown was very good. I thought
it was great.
I thought it was a really good drama. What
would you buy the king if you go around for dinner?
A video of Nigel Farage saying up the Ra. What else? I don't know. I'd probably try and get him.
You paid him to say that.
Oh God, I wish. Could you imagine? No, I think I don't know. A nice wine for dinner. Novel. I think it'd be quite novel for him to try kind of Tesco's finest wine. Just for like the biographies. I think that would be good chat.
Yeah, all right. Well, look,
for the
plot. Clarify, based on Andy's comments, that the Duke of Marlborough has been charged with strangulation and has not yet considered a plea.
I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
What's Christmas without a lawsuit?
Yeah,
What's Christmas without Ofcom and a lawsuit?
Look, legal would just be having an app. So
just a minute. Let's get these lot off air. Come on, quick.
That man is not allowed in my pub. Get out of my pub. Go on. Get out of my pub.
Is that legal? Get him vicious.
See if needs pubs and packs, and I'll be speaking to GBD's favourite publican in just a moment. Maybe they're not as drunk as some of our panellists. Oh, there we go.
Right against the forest.
footsteps would my page, tread the wind and hold me. Thou shalt find the winter's rage, freeze my bloodless body. In his master's steps he trod, where the snow lay tinted. It was in the very storm which the sacred printed. Therefore Christian men be sure, wherefore right possessing, he who now will bless the poor, showers us like blessing.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. So we'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Sir Jacob Rees-Moggs, State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
What I've discovered is that a comet that was observed by the Chinese in 5 BC, I put together the information from their observation to come up with an orbit that would take this particular comet very, very close to the Earth. And as it passed the Earth, probably about the distance to the moon, a position on the rotating Earth would have seen that comet pause for a period of hours over a location. We have the same thing now with the geosynchronous satellite. If you stand at the equator, there are geosynchronous satellites that stay over your head 24/7. This comet was so close to the Earth that it would have had the brightness of like a first quarter or full moon. So it would have been clearly visible in the daylight.
So it would have been easier for them to follow. And how quickly would they have had to have travelled? Could they have travelled fast enough to keep up with it?
Well, it would have been a direction. So it turns out it takes 2 or 3 hours to walk from Jerusalem to Bethlehem. It's a relatively short distance. And that's the period of time where it behaved like this for those few hours. So there was the time available. Now, of course, their trip from the east, it would have taken many weeks. And the Chinese said the comet was visible in the constellation Capricorn for more than 70 days. And it's that appearance in one constellation for an extended period. Pilots know this. If you see an object in the sky while you're flying a plane, and it's not moving left, right, or up, down, it's actually on a collision course, or nearly so with you. So the comet was heading more or less directly towards the Earth until, at least in my theory, they arrived in Jerusalem and walked that distance from Jerusalem to Bethlehem.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to the night before Christmas. We are, of course, only 40 minutes away from the big day itself. But seeing as it's Christmas Eve, we thought it's only appropriate to discuss one of the British public's favourite places to go today. I'm joined now by a GB News favourite and a good friend of mine and one of the best publicans, in my opinion, live from his pub, Adam Brooks. Adam, such a pleasure to have you on the show tonight. You've just closed your doors, haven't you, Adam? What was the atmosphere like in the pub tonight? How did your punters feel?
It was great. It's my busiest day of the year. I got down here about 4 o'clock, Alex, and it was Rambo, like right until 11 o'clock. Everyone behaved. Everyone had a great time. I had the Christmas music on. It's really set up Christmas. I'm really happy with it. I'm shattered. I'm having a non-alcoholic beer myself, and I can't wait to get home. I've got a few cards and things to sort of write up for the kids and for the wife, and then off to bed, mate. Off to bed. I'm shattered.
I bet you are. Well, thanks for joining us tonight, because we love hearing the stories from the pub, because it's a good insight to us as to what's going on in the publican world. How was your punters feel about Christmas this year? Are they all amped up? Have they got over the doom and gloom of the last year politically? They're all hopefully looking forward to 2026.
There was families in here tonight. There was young ladies. There was, elderly. There was lovely people here. I cranked up the Christmas tunes and they was all singing. It was a really lovely atmosphere, I've got to say. Yeah. I'm open tomorrow 12 till 3 just for drinks. Going to get my Christmas suit on. Everyone tonight really seemed up for Christmas, and we haven't really seen that this December. It's been a strange one.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because the weather was a little bit warmer than normal, or maybe the Labour government putting a downer on everyone. But tonight, it's the first night that I've really seen that made me think it's Christmas.
Adam, I want to ask you, is there a song that gets everyone going when you play a Christmas song in your pub? Is there a song that everyone gets up and loves more than anything else?
All of them tonight, really. They was singing, all the girls were singing, the ladies, What's the one with the lyrics that we can't normally say?
It's a Fairy Tale of New York.
Fairy Tale of New York. That really gets people going. I played that about 10 to 11, and the whole pub was singing it. So it was good.
No banter police in sight, no? No banter police in sight?
No banter police. You've got to remember, I've got a sign on the door that says no Labour MPs, haven't I, Alex?
Right.
So, that might have made me busier, because this was the busiest day I've had all year. So who knows, maybe the no Labour MP sign has drawn a few new customers in, because there was a lot of faces I didn't recognise tonight, and there was quite a few people that come up and said, I watch you on GB News. So, it might have helped. It really might have.
You never know. Adam, listen, if Keir Starmer knocks on your pub door tonight on Christmas, would you let him in?
Absolutely not. I can't bear to listen to him, his voice, let alone see the man. No Labour MPs are allowed, Alex. They're barred. Up and down the country, us publicans have took a stand. The farmers took a stand, and they've got, a concession. If they don't U-turn on their business rates and other things, there's a lot of pubs going to go to the wall this year. So, I'm on WhatsApp chats with a lot of publicans, restaurateurs, and they're saying if something doesn't change January, February, March, or it's bad, it could be curtains for many of them.
Right, if Labour were to give you a Christmas gift, could be anything politically, what would it be, Adam?
Right, so hospitality is in desperate need of a fair VAT rate. European countries, 10, 12%, yet we have to charge 20%. So we literally are a tax collecting service for HMRC right now, and businesses can't deal with that. And it would bring prices down. If we didn't have to charge 20% for that, the prices would be more affordable. Much of Europe does it. So look, Keir Starmer, Rachel Reeves, if you're watching, please take our VAT rate, even if it's a temporary one, to 12%, 10%, and that would give hospitality a leg up.
Now, that would be very welcome news, I'm sure, for publicans that I've spoken to as well, Adam. Of course, I know you very well. You're on my show every weekend, but also speaking to other publicans up and down the country, all want the same thing. Let's hope maybe there's a Christmas miracle that takes place between now and the new year. I won't hold my breath, Adam. I won't hold my breath. No. Would you like to just give a Christmas message to our viewers before you go?
Look, I want to thank everyone. Look, when I'm out and about now, I have so many people say, I love you on GB News. I love the station. It's the people's channel, and that really reflects. I want to thank everyone for watching. Thank everyone that comes up in the street or wherever and says, keep saying what you're saying. The people's channel, GB News, has changed the news landscape of this country, and there's a reason it's the #1 news channel. So keep watching, keep supporting great presenters like yourself, mere commentators and publicans like me, and we will continue to tell it as it is and speak for you at home.
Adam Brooks, such a legend. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I know you're absolutely knackered, and thank you for serving on behalf of the public. Thank you for serving the great British public as well. Adam Brooks, GB News favourite. I mean, he's a superstar here, isn't he? Thank you so much for joining us,
and I'll
Adam.
see you Sunday. I'm on your show Sunday.
I will see you Sunday, Adam. Merry Christmas to you and your family, and I look forward to seeing you on Sunday. Adam Brooks there, absolute legend. I mean, he is just brilliant, isn't he? He's just brilliant. We all love Adam Brooks here at GB News. Andy, you've met Adam a few times, haven't you? And
I've been to that pub.
You have had a pint with Lee Anderson.
I have. I've had many a pint with Lee Anderson, many a pint with guests.
It's a great pub, isn't it?
Fantastic pub. Adam's mum, Barb's, absolutely amazing landlady. They're absolutely an amazing pub. I think I completely agree with them. You know, UK Hospitality, the trade association for the hospitality body, Sasha Lord, the former nighttime economy advisor for Greater Manchester, says that it's all about the VAT. That's what we need to do to save the hospitality sector. Certainly within the Labour Party, I'm advocating for that. We need a cut in VAT for the hospitality sector.
To be fair, we need total VAT reform, because what we should do is remove all exemptions, all variations of rate, and drop the rate to like 5%.
I agree.
Remove absolutely, and no exemption for small businesses. Everybody has to pay it, but the rate comes down to like 5%.
Absolutely. Sasha Lord, a massive supporter of Andy Burnham, the Labour mayor of Greater Manchester, really keen Labour member. He's all the time talking about this, and I absolutely support it. You know, the viewers will be a no-shot. I absolutely love the pub, so I don't want any of them going anywhere.
You just want cheap pints.
Well, absolutely, of course I do.
Cheap pints as well. And Ryan, Mark, I mean, I think that pubs, especially this time of year, it reminds people, because people don't always, there's bars to go to now and restaurants, people drink a lot in restaurants as well. And actually, this is the time of year where we all want to go to the pub. You've got some of those pubs with the lovely roaring fireplaces on, but it's just a reminder of how much of a backbone they are of our society.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love a good pub, but I think I live in London. But if you live in one of the villages around this country and very isolated rural communities, they are the epicenter of these places around the UK, and they're integral for mental health, farming, especially farming communities where it's so lonely.
True.
You need these places to exist.
That's where I'm from. So shout out to John, who runs the Keepers in Gwellington, which is the backbone of our village, and Baz and Fred from the New Inn next door.
Yeah, I think it's just so important that we protect this part of our culture, because it's not just a pub. It's not just a place to go and drink. It's a place where we share ideas.
Exactly.
It's a place where we challenge each other. I guess that GB News in a sense is like a talking pub, isn't it? Where we are having a drink tonight.
We are.
One of your presenter literally presents from a pub.
Yeah, quite literally, and that's to show you how important it is to us here at GB News.
What's your favourite pub in London, Alex? Do you have one?
I have one down the road from me. It's Tap on the Line.
Yeah.
And I've never seen a pub like it, but it's a pub is built into the train station near me, and it's just lovely. You can see all the trains go by, all the commuters.
That's a great pub.
It's a lovely pub.
That's a lovely pub.
Really good. Pints aren't too bad either. But I'm very lucky. I'm surrounded by great pubs.
I love the famous Three Kings, which is, there are a lot of Irish pubs in London, very few Welsh ones, and that is the epicentre of Welsh rugby watching in London, is the famous Three Kings.
The Swan in Stockwell, I went there last week for the first time.
Phenomenal.
So good.
Yeah, you want to know a fun fact about the Swan in Stockwell? Before he became Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister, Morgan McSweeney had his birthday party there every single year when he lived in London, which is, I think, quite novel. It's what an institution.
Down the road from there, the Canton Arms, best salt marsh lamb in London. Take 5 of your mates and go and have the salt marsh lamb, which is incredible.
Well, Mark, I can't really imagine you in a Swan.
You can only buy it.
Did you go upstairs or downstairs?
I went on all levels.
Really?
They had fake snow, they had Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
But what's so sad is that young people my age, early 20s, they're not going out. They want matcha lattes. What is this fascination with matcha lattes?
They're pretty good. They have to say they're pretty
rank.
You should try a matcha latte with a bit of vodka in, and then now you're talking.
That's what I do.
Do you think that pubs are going to struggle into the future with the younger generations not being? I mean, lots of data shows they're not focused around alcohol so much. In fact, they reject alcohol a lot. Is that going to hurt our pubs?
Yeah, this concerning, in my eyes, health trajectory. I mean, dry January. What is that all about? I've never subscribed to dry January. My idea of dry January is like going to Egypt and having cocktails on the Sahara, the desert or something. You know what I mean?
I like that.
So many young people wanting to do dry January and not drinking, not going out, not clubbing. I'm sorry, Labour's banning fun. I think
there's going to be a revision. Young people are coming back to church. Young people are going to go back.
All right, listen. Paul just says, just wanted to read this. This is a lovely comment out, Paul. Thank you for writing. And I have not felt the Christmas spirit this year, but GB News changed that today. And all I can say is thank you. Merry Christmas to everyone. And I hope 2026 will be better. I really hope so. Merry Christmas. I have big hopes for 2026. So I'm with you on that one. Coming up in just a moment. wonderful, isn't it? As GB News released its Carols by Candlelight Christmas special, we'll be debating which Christmas carol is the best. And of course, I really do want to know what yours is. gbnews.com/your say. But before that, let's check in on the big man himself, Father. He was last seen in Lisbon, Portugal. He's getting very close now, isn't he? Any little boys and girls that are still up, you better get yourself ready to bed. We'll see you very shortly.
Hello, happy Christmas Eve, and welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weather for Christmas Day, similar to Christmas Eve. Dry for the vast majority, bit of sunshine here and there, and a cold wind blowing. Here's the reason why. High pressure sitting in the North Sea is not going to give us a white Christmas, but it will continue to provide strong winds across the south. Been pretty chilly if you've been out today, and that wind will continue to bring in a fair bit of cloud over northern England, Wales, and southeast Scotland overnight. Some clearer skies in the far northwest, and lighter winds here means it will turn cold with a frost, and there could also again be some fog patches to contend with. So some freezing fog for Christmas Day morning across the far north of Scotland. But if you don't get the fog, at least you should have some good spells of sunshine across the north and the west of Scotland for the morning. The eastern side of Scotland, northeastern parts of England, likely to be predominantly overcast, quite a bit of cloud here. To the west of the Pennines, some breaks in the cloud, mixture of cloud and sunny spells for Northern Ireland and North Wales. Much of South Wales, the Midlands and Southern England will have a sunny start to the big day, but that wind is still going to be there. It's going to make it feel cold if you go for a Christmas Day dip, or indeed your Christmas Day walk. Yes, it may look nice with plenty of sunshine, but it will feel cold. We'll see some sunny spells developing in most areas. Chance of 1 or 2 showers over the Channel Islands in the morning, and perhaps into the far south of Cornwall, but otherwise dry. 5, 6, maybe 7 degrees Celsius, but I can't emphasise enough, that wind will make it feel quite a bit colder than that in the south. That wind is still with us as we go through Boxing Day, perhaps not quite as strong, but still providing a chill on the beaches especially. Perhaps a bit more cloud across the south on Boxing Day, but again, for many places, should be dry. We should see plenty of sunshine. Temperatures about average or a touch below, and again, feeling colder with that wind in the south.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. So we'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to the night before Christmas with me, Alex Armstrong. It's a really special show tonight, so thank you all very much for joining me. I know it's not what we normally do here. It's not very political tonight, is it? We just want to celebrate Christmas with all of you at home. Now, considering GB News has just aired its Carols by Candlelight concert, we thought we'd give you some of the highlights in advance of our Christmas Carol debate. Right, you lot better listen up here on the panel. First up, it's Joy to the World. All right, no. Next up, it's a Good King Wenceslas.
Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen, when the snowy round about, even crisp and even, brightly shone the moonlit light, though the frost was cruel. When a woman came in sight, gathering winter
And finally, here's O Little Town of Bethlehem. Well, there you have it. Wasn't it just so beautiful? I'm really sad I couldn't be there. Of course, I was here presenting on GB News, so I couldn't come, but I've watched the clips. It was a lovely, lovely occasion. There's so many of you have joined me on gbnews.com/yoursay tonight to say how much you loved the carols, and I couldn't agree more with you. It just makes it feel so Christmassy, doesn't it? But now to debate the greatest Christmas carols of all time. I'm joined now by, of course, my fantastic panel, Ryan Mark Parsons, Lauren McEvitt, and Andy Twelves. Now, listen, one of these lot here is a specialist in this subject. Have you any guesses who it is? Because it's definitely not Andy Twelves, is it? It is you, Lauren.
Oh, well, I'm a choir girl. It doesn't make me a specialist. It makes me really, really keen.
Really keen. So, what, of those three, which one's your favourite, and then which one is your personal?
So, I like O Little Town of Bethlehem because the descant is really great. But my favourite carol is O Come All Ye Faithful, Adeste Fidelis in the Latin. And it's because in the 7th verse, which you really only sing on Christmas Day, which starts, Yea, Lord, we greet thee, born this happy morning. There's a fabulous David Wilcox arrangement of a descant, which has a fairly dramatic B diminishing 7th chord type thing, which creates this massive clash that then resolves itself into peace in the final line, and it starts with word of the Father is this sort of dramatic clash in the descant, and then it goes down into a peaceful ending, which is nice because it's Christ coming into the world with peace.
Would you give us
Absolutely not.
No, I didn't think so. I try my luck, but I thought we can only try, right?
Nope.
What about yourself over there, Ryan Mark?
I don't really like carols. I find them a little bit soporific. I like Mariah Carey.
So
I don't know if that
you're
counts.
a typical Gen Z. You've got the you've got the pop music side of things.
Yeah.
Which is your heart, doesn't it?
I went recently to these Westminster carols, and I was just sat there like I was really keen for it to be over. I was just like, I need to.
With the parliamentary carol service.
Yeah, well, it's a parliamentary choir.
Yeah, so I got my first diary story out of that because it was on the day of the pre-budget report in 2009. David Cameron was Leader of the Opposition, and he read that passage from Luke about it. There came a time when all the world should be taxed, and I sold this to the diary because, of course, the Chancellor. Alistair Darling had just announced a whole raft of taxes, and the Leader of the Opposition had gotten the "There came a time when all the world should be taxed" reading. So,
yeah, very good. Yeah. There you go. All right, Andy, favourite carol?
The Wexford Carol.
Ooh.
Yeah, the Enniscorthy Carol. It's like an Irish traditional carol. I think it's very nice. I was at the, if we're talking about carol service, I was at the Journalist Charity Carol Service at St Bride's on Fleet Street a couple of weeks ago, and it was the second or third carol they sang, and I love it. I've got an Irish girlfriend, Irish family. I think it's really nice because it's one of those where you don't have to change the tune to sing it in English or Irish.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's really quite novel and quite nice, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I've asked you all of you at home as well, what are your favourite carols? I'm just trying to see if any of you have sent me a message about this. I can't see one here. Let's have a quick look. No, nothing here at the moment. Please do. Oh, Ding Dong Merrily on High.
Oh, that's a good one.
Is my favourite carol, Louise Turner says. That's a great one. I like the upbeat carols. I like things that make me feel cheery. I always think Christmas should be about cheery, not too much depression, not too much misery. I like Oh Little Bethlehem. I love that. That's
Town of
Bethlehem.
Sarah Pochin MP's favourite carol, White Christmas.
Yeah, that's not a carol, is it?
Is it not a carol? Oh my God.
I think it's a classic. What a brilliant
Not much
song
about
it is,
the
by
birth
way.
of Jesus.
No, not quite.
Really?
Not much black or brown on the television either.
Oh, wow.
Alas.
White Christmas. It's a great song.
That was good, mate. That was good. And you can hear that rendition from Elvis Presley tomorrow on Lee Anderson's Christmas
But I'm
special.
only here for 50.
Let's hear more.
Yeah, no, that's not.
Second verse.
I'll only do it if Lauren does a quiet
Absolutely
carol, and she's refusing, so I refuse to. Well, listen, I love carols, and if you enjoyed them, of course, you can get all these carols online. You can get them and catch up as well if you've missed them at any point in the show over the last 24 hours. Well, coming up in just a moment, we'll dive into some of the festive, light-hearted stories that you might have missed, and finally, you're going to find out what happened next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun,
Weather looking good then.
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
The colder weather the UK is experiencing on Christmas Day extends into Iberia. It's unsettled across the central part of the Mediterranean. Also some rain through Turkey. But Greece looking mostly fine. Sunny spells here. The rain and wind through the central Med affecting the Balearics. Heading into the south of France and Italy later. Plenty of sunshine for Spain and Portugal. But feeling cooler, and it's going to stay on the cool side here into the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique, and you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. Okay, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration, or law and order, nothing is off limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
And
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. It's not a bad brand. Yeah. Uncensored. Very, very racy tonight, on the unpredictable. How does she say it? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Welcome back to the night before Christmas. It's almost here, isn't it? It's Christmas Day is almost here. We're minutes away from it now. I'll just get started by reading some of your lovely comments out. Adrian says the holly and the ivy is his favourite. Nicolette says Silent Night, beautiful Silent Night, isn't it? Militia says congrats on programming today. The shows were truly wonderful, especially the mass with the Christmas carols. It was beautiful and very moving. I'm in Miami and I feel very grateful to have the opportunity to watch and enjoy this special broadcast all the way from here. Isn't that beautiful? Thank you so much for joining us, Militia. I've got some more here on your say. John says, when I was a kid, Alex, we used to go all around Putney. It was good pocket money. We used to have to know a lot of Christmas carol songs, as once you sung We Wish You Merry Christmas, people would have you got any more, they would ask. So we would sing Silent Night, Jingle Bells, and We Three Kings of Oriental. Wonderful stuff, John. I love that. Penny says, when my son was a young young soldier serving in Germany, driving home for Christmas, of course, famous song, was always played in and made his way into the little blue Corsa across the continent to come home on Christmas leave. It will be forever in my heart. Rest in peace, Chris Rea. Oh, well, wonderful. This is it's just such a lovely time of year. Thank you for all the comments you've had coming in tonight. First thing I'd like to do is just talk to you about this other little story that caught my eye, and then we're going to finally play you that viral clip I've been promising all night. This is here from the Daily Mail. The number of chocolates in every Christmas tub revealed and how many of each of your favourites you'll get. All right, so Quality Street, get this, 2024, plastic tubs of Quality Street was 600 grams. But this year, Nestle has shrunk them by 50 grams. So they're only 550 grams now. Celebrations, another one that's downsized from 550 grams in 2024 to 500 grams this year. Rose's tub also had more Cadbury Dairy Milks than any other chocolate, with 12 in total, but only 2 hazelnut in caramel. Families are also constantly arguing over the favourites, from Quality Street to the purple one to Maltesers chocolates. I love Maltesers. I don't know about you at home. I love a Malteser. Maybe because my nan used to give them to me when I was...
They're in celebrations, is it?
No, I don't know what...
They come in celebration.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
What's your favourite Christmas chocolate?
It's double deckers, but they're not called double deckers when it's like dinky deckers. I think they're called when they're on the smaller version. Yeah, I think they're quite novel. But Quality Street as well. But I found out apparently on Quality Street they've gotten rid of like the shiny wrapping paper. It's like
it's paper now.
What's all that about? Woke nonsense.
Yeah.
Again, what's going on?
It's net zero.
It's net zero. What's your favourite?
Controversially, I like the strawberry creams and the orange creams.
Oh, do you really?
Which not everybody likes. Because I had braces for like an above average amount of time when I was a teenager. My teeth were just a mess, and so all the fudgy ones permanently terrify me, because I think they're going to pull my teeth out even though I'm no longer wearing braces.
Right, more briefly, what's your favourite chocolate?
I love those chocolate balls.
Lindt.
Yes.
Genius, beautiful chocolate.
And they've just come out with shortbread, by the way.
Oh wow, I have to check.
Which I haven't tried yet.
All right, look, I promised you I'd show you that clip. Let's have a quick look at it, shall we? My director's driving home tonight. I know she's had a couple of glasses of wine. I hope that's not her, otherwise we'll be playing that clip tomorrow night, I'll tell you that for sure. Listen, thank you all very much. Thank you, panel, for joining me. Thank you, all of you at home. I will be back here tomorrow for Christmas and Christmas Day at 3 o'clock. And before that, we've got the night before Christmas. The joy to the world from everyone here at GB News. Have a Merry Christmas.
warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, happy Christmas Eve, and welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weather for Christmas Day, similar to Christmas Eve. Dry for the vast majority, bit of sunshine here and there, and a cold wind blowing. Here's the reason why. High pressure sitting in the North Sea is not going to give us a white Christmas, but it will continue to provide strong winds across the south. Been pretty chilly if you've been out today, and that wind will continue to bring in a fair bit of cloud over northern England, Wales, and southeast Scotland overnight. Some clearer skies in the far northwest, and lighter winds here means it will turn cold with a frost, and there could also again be some fog patches to contend with. So some freezing fog for Christmas Day morning across the far north of Scotland. But if you don't get the fog, at least you should have some good spells of sunshine across the north and the west of Scotland for the morning. The eastern side of Scotland, northeastern parts of England, likely to be predominantly overcast, quite a bit of cloud here. To the west of the Pennines, some breaks in the cloud, mixture of cloud and sunny spells for Northern Ireland and North Wales. Much of South Wales, the Midlands and Southern England will have a sunny start to the big day, but that wind is still going to be there. It's going to make it feel cold if you go for a Christmas Day dip, or indeed your Christmas Day walk. Yes, it may look nice with plenty of sunshine, but it will feel cold. We'll see some sunny spells developing in most areas. Chance of 1 or 2 showers over the Channel Islands in the morning, and perhaps into the far south of Cornwall, but otherwise dry. 5, 6, maybe 7 degrees Celsius, but I can't emphasise enough that wind will make it feel quite a bit colder than that in the south. That wind is still with us as we go through Boxing Day, perhaps not quite as strong, but still providing a chill on the beaches especially. Perhaps a bit more cloud across the south on Boxing Day, but again, for many places, should be dry. We should see plenty of sunshine. Temperatures about average or a touch below, and again, feeling colder with that wind in the south.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News. A very Merry Christmas to you all from the Aurora Collection Resort in Lapland. We're on an amazing Arctic adventure to celebrate our greatest cash giveaway, a simply stunning £85,000. And this Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win it all. So don't miss out this Christmas.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got they got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. Not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored. Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable. What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay. Because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Beloved in Christ, be it this Christmas tide our care and delight to prepare ourselves to hear again the message of the angels, in heart and mind to go even unto Bethlehem and see this thing which is come to pass, and the babe lying in a manger. Let us read and mark in Holy Scripture the tale of the loving purposes of God, from the first days of our disobedience unto the glorious redemption brought us by this Christ, this holy child. And let us make this church, dedicated to his holy martyr St. George, glad with our carols of praise. But first, let us pray for the needs of the whole world, for peace and health over all the earth, for unity and goodwill within the church he came to build, and especially within the dominions of our sovereign Lord, King Charles. And because this of all things would rejoice his heart, let us at this time remember in his name the poor and helpless, the cold and the hungry, the abused, the exploited, the hated and the oppressed, the sick in body and in mind, and them that mourn, the isolated, the lonely and the unloved, the aged and the little children, all who know not the Lord Jesus, or who love him not, or who by sin have grieved his heart of love. And let us hold in our hearts all those who, even as we are gathered here, endure the depredations and travails of war, praying that the story of the Christ child may draw them closer to the nearness of God's love and offer new hope in the gospel of peace and loving kindness. Lastly, let us remember before God all those who rejoice with us, but upon another shore and in a greater light, that multitude which no man can number, whose hope was in the Word made flesh, and with whom in this Lord Jesus we forevermore are one. These prayers and praises let us humbly offer up to the throne of heaven in the words which Christ himself hath taught us in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Almighty God bless us with his grace, Christ the joys of everlasting life, and unto the fellowship of the citizens above, may the King of angels bring us all. Amen.
The first lesson is written in the book of Genesis, the third chapter, beginning at the 8th verse. And they heard the voice of the Lord God, walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked. And I hid myself. And he said, Who told thee that thou wast naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? And the man said, The woman who thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me,
and I did eat. And the Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweet of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground, for out of it wast thou taken. For dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. Thanks be to God.
The second lesson is written in the book of the prophet Isaiah, the 9th chapter, beginning at the 2nd verse. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder. And his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom, to order it and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth, even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. Thanks be to God. The third lesson is from the book of the prophet Isaiah, chapter 11, beginning at verse 1. And there shall come forth Jesse, and a branch shall of the Lord shall rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom and the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord, and shall make him of quick understanding in the fear of the Lord. And he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, neither approve after the hearing of his ears, but with righteousness shall he judge the poor, and reprove with equity for the meek of the earth. And he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins, and faithfulness the girdle of his reins. The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid. And the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. And the cow and the bear shall feed, their young ones shall lie down together. And the lion shall eat straw like the ox, and the suckling child shall play on the hole of the asp, and the weaned child shall pull the hand of the cockatrice den. They shall not hurt nor destroy all of my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. Thanks be to God.
Early in the Second World War, when there was a real fear that Nazis might invade, the most precious stones in the British crown jewels, including the largest cut diamond in the world, were prized from their settings and hidden deep beneath Windsor Castle in, wait for it, a biscuit tin. Only the king and a few of his inner circle knew where they were hidden, and not until 2018 was the true story made public. If you had come across that biscuit tin, would you have believed that it contained some of the most precious objects
on earth, the priceless jewels of the British Crown. And yet it was true. Sometimes the most precious of things is discovered in the most unexpected of places. And friends, I believe the story of Christmas is the only story that could ever make that point more dramatically. Because it tells us of something that could not be more precious, discovered somewhere that could not have been more unexpected. So much so that at first it seems unbelievable. But for those who take the time to, as it were, lift the lid on this story and look for themselves, wonder of wonders, it turns out to be true. The message of Christmas is that God himself was discovered lying in a manger. Something most precious, somewhere most unexpected. An angel announced the news to a group of shepherds. It's recorded in the second chapter of Luke's biography of Jesus in the Bible. This is what the angel said. "Do not be afraid. I bring you good news that will cause great joy for all the people. Today, in the town of David, a Savior has been born to you. He is the Messiah, the Lord." This is the extraordinary claim at the heart of the Christian faith, that God himself entered into our world in human form. The Creator became part of his creation. And why would he do that? To save us. A Savior has been born to you, the angel said. In 2011, our late Queen, in her Christmas speech, put it like this. She said, "God sent into the world a unique person, neither a philosopher nor a general, important though they are, but a Savior with the power to forgive." Whether we look at our world divided and at war, perhaps our own families fractured by past hurt or present arguments, and if we're honest, at our own lives, where so often we fail to live up to our own standards, let alone God's, we have never needed more the gift of forgiveness or the power to forgive one another. Jesus came into the world with the power to forgive, to restore the relationship between us and God and sinners reconciled, as the carol says. A most precious thing. And this most precious of things was found in the most unexpected of places. The angel continued, "This will be a sign to you. You will find a baby wrapped in cloths and lying in a manger." The angel's saying, this is how you'll know what I'm telling you is true. You're going to go into Bethlehem and find this really unexpected thing. A baby in a manger. What's a manger? It's an animal's feeding trough. So weird. So unexpected. Like finding the crown jewels in a biscuit tin. But perhaps it had to be that weird and unexpected, so that when it came true, it was convincing. And so it says, the shepherds said to one another, "Let's go to Bethlehem and see this thing that has happened." So they hurried off and found, what did they find? Mary and Joseph and the baby, who was in a biscuit, lying in a manger. Well, what do you know? And the story concludes that they left with great joy at what they'd found. The Christmas story, Christianity more widely, is filled with many signs that at first appear so weird as to be unbelievable. And many dismiss it for that reason. But many, many millions of people, ordinary people like you and me, like shepherds working a night shift, have found, as they've looked into these things, beyond the weirdness, when they've gone to see for themselves, to lift the lid on these claims, that beyond hope and expectation, this wondrous, weird story is in fact true after all. As unbelievable as it may at first seem, the crown jewels were once found in a biscuit tin, and God was once found in a manger. And if that is true, as I become convinced that it is, then it is indeed good news of great joy for all people. May discovering him, this most precious and unexpected gift, make this for you a very Merry Christmas.
The fourth lesson is from the Gospel according to St. Luke, chapter 1, verse 26. And in the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from God unto a city of Galilee named Nazareth, to a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary. And the angel came to her and said, Hail, thou that art highly favoured, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. And when she saw him, she was troubled at his saying, and cast in her mind what manner of salutation this should be. And the angel said unto her, Fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favour with God. And behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, and bring forth a son, and shall call his name Jesus. He shall be great, and shall be called the Son of the Highest, and the Lord God shall give unto him the throne of his father David, and he shall reign over the house of Jacob forever, and his kingdom there shall be no end. Then said Mary unto the angel, How shall this be, seeing I know not a man? And the angel answered and said unto her, The Holy Ghost shall come upon thee, and the power of the Highest shall overshadow thee. Therefore also that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called the Son of God. And behold, thy cousin Elizabeth, she hath also conceived a son in her old age, and this is the 6th month with her, who was called barren. For with God nothing shall be impossible. And Mary said, Behold the handmaid of the Lord, be it unto me according to thy word. And the angel departed from her. Thanks be to God.
It is the night.
fifth lesson is from the Gospel according to St. Luke, chapter 2, verse 1. And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And this taxing was first made by Cyrenius, the governor of Syria. And all went to be taxed, everyone into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out to the city of Nazareth, into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be taxed with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was, that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth their firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them at the inn. Thanks be to God.
The sixth lesson is from the Gospel according to St. Luke, chapter 2, verse 8. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came down upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were so afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Saviour, which is Christ the King. and this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace and goodwill toward men. And it came to pass, as the angels were gone away from them into heaven, the shepherds said one to another, Let us go now unto Bethlehem, and see this thing which has come to pass, which the Lord hath made known unto us. And they came with haste, and found Mary and Joseph, and the babe lying in a manger. Thanks be to God. The seventh lesson is from the Gospel according to St. John, chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. That was the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not.
He came unto his own, and his own received him not. But as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name, which were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. And the Word was made flesh, and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. Thanks be to God.
O God, who makest us glad with the yearly remembrance of the birth of thine only Son, Jesus Christ, grant that as we joyfully receive him for our Redeemer, so we may with sure confidence behold him when he shall come to be our judge, who liveth and reigneth with thee and the Holy Spirit, one God, world without end. May he who by his incarnation gathered into one things earthly and heavenly grant you the fullness of inward peace and goodwill, and the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be upon you and remain with you always. Amen.
warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello, happy Christmas Eve, and welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weather for Christmas Day, similar to Christmas Eve. Dry for the vast majority, bit of sunshine here and there, and a cold wind blowing. Here's the reason why. High pressure sitting in the North Sea is not going to give us a white Christmas, but it will continue to provide strong winds across the south. Been pretty chilly if you've been out today, and that wind will continue to bring in a fair bit of cloud over northern England, Wales, and southeast Scotland overnight. Some clearer skies in the far northwest, and lighter winds here means it will turn cold with a frost, and there could also again be some fog patches to contend with. So some freezing fog for Christmas Day morning across the far north of Scotland. But if you don't get the fog, at least you should have some good spells of sunshine across the north and the west of Scotland for the morning. The eastern side of Scotland, northeastern parts of England, likely to be predominantly overcast, quite a bit of cloud here. To the west of the Pennines, some breaks in the cloud, mixture of cloud and sunny spells for Northern Ireland and North Wales. Much of South Wales, the Midlands and Southern England will have a sunny start to the big day, but that wind is still going to be there. It's going to make it feel cold if you go for a Christmas Day dip, or indeed your Christmas Day walk. Yes, it may look nice with plenty of sunshine, but it will feel cold. We'll see some sunny spells developing in most areas. Chance of 1 or 2 showers over the Channel Islands in the morning, perhaps into the far south of Cornwall, but otherwise dry. 5, 6, maybe 7 degrees Celsius, but I can't emphasise enough, that wind will make it feel quite a bit colder than that in the south. That wind is still with us as we go through Boxing Day, perhaps not quite as strong, but still providing a chill on the beaches especially. Perhaps a bit more cloud across the south on Boxing Day, but again, for many places, should be dry. We should see plenty of sunshine. Temperatures about average or a touch below, and again, feeling colder with that wind in the south.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in a chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay. Because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your chance. They're bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dorby, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situations.
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. It's not a bad brand. Yeah. Uncensored. Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable. What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
We love Great Britain. We love its history, its culture, and its tradition, and that's why we're so proud to be part of GB News.
You look genuinely emotional. Oh, come in.
GB News does pay attention to those who are ignored by the mainstream media. The majority of this country whose forefathers fought and died to maintain liberty, to fight for freedom of speech.
The rule of law, the rights of property and democracy. This is the heritage that our country should be so proud of.
Which of course includes our Christian heritage. There's been a huge resurgence in the number of people going to church. Perhaps they're not finding what they're looking for, and they're looking for something a bit deeper, a bit more truthful, a bit more akin to Britain's Christian heritage.
That's right, get ready, because the most exciting night in general election history starts now!
Good evening. The top stories tributes have been paid to a 13-year-old boy who was fatally stabbed in central Portugal yesterday. The boy, named locally as British national Alfie Hallett, died after being found with several injuries caused by a bladed weapon. According to Portuguese police, the suspect was found with similar injuries and died in a possible gas explosion. Police said the mother was found by authorities showing signs of having been restrained and assaulted. She was taken to a nearby hospital and treated. A spokesperson said the alleged perpetrator had already served a prison sentence for aggravated homicide, and the family had been flagged following the domestic violence cases in 2022 and 23. The UK government says it's fully committed to upholding the right to free speech after the head of a campaign group aimed at preventing the spread of online hate and disinformation was barred from entering the United States. Imran Ahmed, who has links to senior Labour figures, is one of 5 Europeans sanctioned by the US. He and Claire Melford, also from the UK, who's CEO of the Global Disinformation Index, were labelled radical activists by the Trump administration and banned from entering the US. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio accused them of leading efforts to coerce American platforms to punish American viewpoints they oppose. The Prime Minister has acknowledged Britain's cost of living struggles in his Christmas message and vowed that helping with the issue is his priority.
People are travelling home to be with their loved ones. Children are bursting with excitement. Families are making the final preparations, wrapping presents, hanging stockings, rushing out for last-minute bits. It's a truly special time of year. I know many across Britain are still struggling with the cost of living. Helping with that is my priority.
Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has also delivered his Christmas message with his focus on local communities.
Going out around the community and feeling very much they were actually pleased for the local MP to make the effort to come to see them. And to FC Clacton, where lots and lots of screaming kids were looking forward to a really big sit-down meal. And a lot of those kids, foster kids, etc., and for them to all be together, and wasn't it joyous? And that's what Christmas really, I think for many of us, is about.
A photograph has been released by Buckingham Palace showing the King delivering his Christmas message again outside of traditional palace walls. This year, the annual address was filmed in the Lady Chapel inside Westminster Abbey, the second time the monarch has recorded it away from a royal residence. The palace has revealed the Abbey was chosen for the setting this year to reflect a major theme of the message, pilgrimage. A cold health alert has been issued for Christmas Day as forecasters said the prospect of a white Christmas was highly unlikely. The UK Health Security Agency has issued a yellow cold health alert from 6 p.m. on Christmas Day to 12 p.m. on December the 27th for southwest England. A Met Office spokesman said Christmas Day would see pretty decent conditions with mainly dry weather. And those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'll be back with more news at 9 o'clock.
tune in to GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB Digital Radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player, on Nation Player, and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Chelmsford to a live Barrage at Large Christmas special. Now, we've got a massive audience here with us, and I'm going to begin tonight with some reflections on the year. The year is coming to Christmas is just around the corner, and it's my last show of the year on GB News. But I've also been quite busy this year with one or two other things that I've been getting up to, including the county council elections that took place on May the 1st this year. At least that's in areas where, like Essex, where they weren't cancelled. But I have to reflect on the fact that outright reform won 10 of those councils with overall majorities, and the biggest party in 3 of the others. So that was a big moment for me earlier in the year. I also have to say that the membership of the party that I happen to lead went through the roof, and we overtook the Conservatives on Boxing Day last year, and we've gone on this year to now have more paid-up members than any other party in the country. Another big landmark for me, for the party, something else that I've really enjoyed during 2025. But something else that's been good in 2025 is, and do you remember when GB News launched? There were 1 or 2 tech issues, to say the least. To say the very least. But we've gone on over the course of 4 years, and the channel's got better and better. And I think the viewers, the listeners on radio have become more and more loyal to this brand, because it genuinely is the home of free speech. We allow anybody and everybody to come on this channel to say their piece, to debate, and to do it in a civil, sensible, and grown-up manner. Well, at least sometimes it's civil and sensible. But in July this year, GB News became, we overtook Sky, we overtook the BBC News Channel, and GB News in July became the #1 news channel in this country, and we've led every single month since. And I do think Christmas, New Year is a time to perhaps reflect rather more quietly on other things that have happened in our lives. I reflected just a few weeks ago, it's exactly 40 years ago, that I had an horrendous car accident, very nearly died. So maybe I should count my blessings in life a little bit more than I do. And perhaps all of us at times should just sort of count our blessings and say how lucky we are to be here. And it's Christmas, it's our great Christian festival, and time to spend with family and friends. And perhaps that slightly quieter end to the year, and just reflecting on what Christmas really is. Now, I'm joined today with me here by Adam Brooks, businessman, Essex man, political activist, and by Joe Phillips, a regular on this show, journalist, former press secretary to Paddy Ashdown, and of course we're here in a Liberal Democrat constituency.
It's lovely, listen to that applause. Very, very muted.
Well, it's a mixed reaction, but that's okay. That's what this channel's all about. Joe, what are your reflections on 2025?
Well, I think, you said it right, Nigel, when you say it's a time to reflect. Earlier this year, I took my grandson to Budapest, and we went to the House of Terror, which many people might have been to, and it is the most shocking but wonderfully curated history of a country that has been under occupation twice, by the Nazis and by the fascists. And that is not, centuries ago, it is within the lifetime of some people who are still alive. And it was very shocking, because it was the ordinariness of people's lives that were just disrupted. And my grandson said to me, why didn't I learn about this at school? It is absolutely shocking. So that gives you pause for thought. I think, if you look broader, I think the King has had a blinder of a year. I think he's been absolutely brilliant. His work ethic is absolutely astonishing.
Given his illness,
absolutely. I mean, he is still, as far as, or has been for most of the year, been having cancer treatment. And I think the way he has behaved with huge dignity and great grace, you know, bringing off the successful state visit of Donald Trump, the way he's embraced, literally, President Zelensky, and the way he has had a gentle hand in things. And I think he's been very good. And of course, we won't mention the cricket, but we should mention the Lionesses. What a cracking.
They've had a very good year. I must admit, I've lost a lot of sleep the last 2 nights watching England cricket. I'm now wondering why I bothered, but never mind. Adam, your thoughts on the year?
Well, I've got 3 wonderful kids, 2 young daughters that, you know, I'm very worried about the future that they're going to inherit politically. But I just want to shout out to my son. He's 16 years of age. Not an academic. We're not an academic family. But he left school, passed all his GCSEs, and now he goes to college 2 days a week to do an electrician course. But he's working as a scaffolder Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Now, I never thought my son, he gets up at 7, he's out the door, no moaning. And that, for me, is a positive, because you look at some of these youngsters now and you think they're never going to want to work. They don't want their own money. He's got more money in his bank account than me at the moment. You know? But it's,
and I tell you what, if he becomes a qualified electrician, he'll have more money than all of us.
That's what we keep telling him. So I'm really proud of my son, and it's indicative that there are young 16-year-old boys out there. They don't have to go university. They can leave school, do a college course and earn some money. You know, and he's got a lot of money now in the bank for the last few weeks. So that was that. Reflective as well with GB News. I've been on GB News for 4 years now as a panellist. I'm on twice a week, 2 primetime shows, and there isn't a day now when that doesn't go by where I'm not stopped in the higher road or out and about with people saying, "Oh, thanks for saying that. That's what we think." So I take great pleasure in that. I don't want to be a simple publican like me. You know, I don't speak as well as some of yous. I'm not as educated, but this channel puts people like me out there so I can speak for the people that are in this audience. And I thank you for that. Very well said. Very well said.
Very, very well said. And Joe, you talked about Budapest, you talked about the fact they had Nazism, communism for decades, lack of freedoms, people disappeared. If you disagreed with the state, you were mentally ill. How do you assess our state of democracy in Britain right now?
Well, I know we're going to talk about this in a bit more depth, but this cancelling elections is absolutely outrageous. Now, Nigel, you and I, actually, we do see eye to eye on quite a lot of things, surprisingly, but this is one where I think the Liberal Democrats reform and most people, and probably the Greens, are absolutely appalled. I don't think it's a cock-up, I think it's a conspiracy, but it is so shambolic and it is wrong. And just before we came on air, there's over 100,000 signatures now on a petition to get this debated in the House of Commons after the Christmas recess.
Yeah. Adam, how do you see the state of the country?
I don't think I've ever been so depressed about the country ever in my lifetime. I've always voted Conservative. I was brought up to want to aspire. My dad was a publican. I always wanted to be a publican myself, earn my own money, have kids, do well and aspire to do better in life. And it seems like now we have a government that just wants to rip that away from you. The last 2 budgets have hurt my industry terribly, hospitality. The budgets have cost me both together about 35,000 a year in extra costs. That is just not supporting small business. That is decimating small businesses. And the Great British Pub, look, everyone likes a pub. And they won't be about in a few years if this government carries on going. I mean, I think 200,000 jobs have been lost in hospitality or out there since the 2 budgets. Something's got to be done. And with these local elections being cancelled as well or postponed, there are some people that haven't had a democratic vote for 6 years. Nigel, that for me is the Uni Party signalling that they are petrified of you and reform. And that is not democratic, that's a dictatorship.
Well, I think we're all in very common agreement on this. And I think the way that this government treats democracy and free speech, frankly, they treat it with contempt. We've seen the growth of 2-tier Britain in terms of the way we police things, in terms of the sentences that people get. And I'm absolutely with you. I think the country's in a very, very bad place. But you know what? The history of this country is, whenever it gets itself into a bad place, often just in the nick of time, it gets itself out. And that's exactly what we're going to do, and GB News will lead the way with the positive arguments. In a moment, we're going to have our charity section, which I do every year with our Christmas special. And this charity is Blesma. It's the charity that looks after injured and limbless ex-veterans who served their country, and their national HQ is here in Chelmsford. In a minute, we do our bit for those that have served their country and paid the very, very heavy price. Back with you in a couple of minutes.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay. Because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation.
Because you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
If you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. It's not a bad brand. Yeah. Uncensored. Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable. What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Right, okay, it's Christmas time and we want to raise some money for charity, and this I believe to be a very, very good charity. It's Blesma. It started way back in 1932, and I'm joined here by Tony Bloomfield and by Colin Branch as well. Tony, 1932, there were lots of limbless ex-First World War veterans, weren't there?
Yes, that's right. Our history goes back to World War I, when the men came back from the trenches. Many tens of thousands had lost limbs. They formed themselves into associations, and then those associations come together to form the British Limbless Ex-Servicemen's Association, hence the name Blesma. Yeah, and we've been doing that ever since.
So what happened here in Chelmsford?
So we're located in Chelmsford. That's where our main office is, but we support officers and outreach officers all across the country, where we go out and support our injured and wounded veterans.
And it's not just limbless, is it? There are all sorts of other kinds of injuries that veterans are suffering from. And often, I don't know about you, but I sometimes think in America, they look after their veterans and they're wounded in the most incredible way. We're not that good here, are we?
I think that America went through quite a change and improved its way of supporting veterans. I think that we still go and get a lot of support from the public, and a lot of people here, and GB News has been great for supporting us. But you can always do more, of course, yes.
Yeah. And tell us about your experience, Colin.
So I was in the military in the local infantry regiment here in East Anglia, and about 4 years into my career, I sustained a bilateral knee injury, and like many of the young servicemen at that time, we'd hide our injuries and we'd just get through. So I'd done multiple tours in Northern Ireland, Croatia, Bosnia, and my last was in Afghanistan. And through those tours and that extended career, that I needed surgery. Right at the end of my tour in Afghanistan, I injured my knees a little bit more. And when I got back, I had surgery, bilateral surgery, and I ended up with a fixed flexion deformity in my right leg, and other 6 operations to try and repair that they couldn't. So I was mentally discharged and faced amputation.
And what does blesma mean to you?
Oh, everything. Blesma has helped myself and, more importantly, my family more than I can actually tell you today. Just for when I come home from hospital, I couldn't get out my back door. Blesma came in and put a level access door so I could get outside. As an ex-infantryman, being outside, hearing the trees rustle and the birds sing was really good for my mental health.
Perfect. That was a very big testimonial there for your charity. And how many people are you looking after around the United Kingdom?
So we look after 2,600 people. About 1,900 of them are injured veterans, but we also pride ourselves in supporting the widows. We very much think that, the veteran like Colin protected us. They've often got a spouse and they look after the veteran. And when that man has passed away, it's up to us to go and look after those widows. So we support about 700 widows as well. And we go through a whole range of injuries. As you were saying, we include loss of use of limb. Yeah. So we have plenty of people who've been paralysed, neck, spinal injuries. Yeah. And so we support them as well. And also eye loss as well.
And, a lot of people now are living under much more financially straitened circumstances than they were. This has had quite an impact on the charity sector. How are you getting on with the fundraising?
In all honesty, the British public have been fantastic at supporting us. And, for example, we had one of our members, Craig, which was on GB News earlier this year. And the viewers went and supported incredibly well and raised £50,000 for military charities. So the public resonate with the veterans' cause. They resonate with our cause, and we're very grateful to them.
Well, I think that this is a very worthy charity for this show to support this year. And I'm going to put up on your screens now the website for blesma. I'm going to put up on your screens now a QR code that you can connect to. And blesma.org. Go to blesma.org. Support blesma. Support this show supporting blesma. I think they're a very worthy charity. What does the audience think? Worthy charity? Excellent. Well, guys, thank you very much indeed for joining me. Now, we also, every year, when we come and do these live events, we say, well, we ask the people coming, would you like to nominate someone to get a gift? And there are 2 people in the audience who are about to get a gift. They don't know it, but funny enough, they're both veterans that have been nominated this year for gifts. And so on behalf of GB News, I'm very pleased, firstly, to present Alan Acton, ex-RAF serviceman, with a Christmas gift from GB News. Well done. You didn't know about this, did you? Very, very good. Well, there you are. Very, very good. Well, there you are, Alan. Alan didn't have a clue he'd been nominated, so that works. And secondly, I'm going to be giving a gift, and again, he doesn't know, but somebody that served in the Rifles has suffered subsequently with PTSD. He's also an artist. He's actually sent me this piece of artwork, which arrived in the green room a bit earlier. So you know who you are, Rob Hutton, don't you? You've been nominated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And they kept it quiet from you, yeah? They tried. Very, very good. Very, very good.
Okay, a reminder, it's blesma.org, all right? This charity needs your money, and I think, when Colin says that Blesma's been everything to him, that is about as good a testimonial, I think, for your charity as anybody could ever give. In a minute, we're going to get a bit more political. I might even get angry. We're going to talk about cancelled elections for millions of people. See you in a moment.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There, you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay. Because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. Okay, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration, or law and order, nothing is off-limits. You have the power then.
Yeah, as I
And now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jake Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave.
It's a surprise.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Okay, so last week, a Cabinet Minister, Steve Reid, assured the House of Commons that the local and county elections this year would go ahead. And yet this morning, he sent Alison McGovern, a far more junior minister, to say this in the House of Commons this morning.
Many councils across the country and of all stripes have expressed anxiety about their capacity to deliver a smooth and safe transition to new councils alongside running resource-intensive elections to councils proposed to be shortly abolished. They have expressed concerns about the time and energy spent managing elections to bodies that won't shortly exist, only to run an election a year later. We've also heard from councils querying the value for taxpayers of spending tens of millions running elections to bodies that won't exist, as I said, for much longer. Councils are telling us that where capacity is a problem, postponement would free up resources to be concentrated on local government reorganisation and the delivery of good services. To be clear, should a council say that they have no reason to delay their elections, there will be no delay. If a council voices genuine concerns, we will take these issues seriously and would be minded to grant a delay in those areas.
Let me put that in English so that you can actually understand what she was saying. Basically, the Labour government have said to 63 county councils and local authorities, if you don't want the elections to go ahead, darlings, just tell us and we'll cancel them. Up to 8 million people could be denied the vote. Now, this is all being done under the guise of local government reorganisation. But just think about here in Essex. Last year, the county council elections in Essex did not happen. This year, if the Conservative leader, Mr. Bentley, of Essex County Council, decides he'd like another year in his job, untested by the electorate, he can cancel those elections and the government would accept it. Oh, and by the way, you were promised there'd be a mayoral election for Greater Essex, and that's been cancelled as well. Well, I think the audience here ought to send Mr. Bentley, the Conservative head of Essex County Council, a message. I think those elections should go ahead. I think it would be shameful if you, supported by your leader, Kemi Badenoch, did not force those elections to go ahead. Do you agree, everybody? And Joe, I've been talking to Bob Russell, former Lib Dem MP for Colchester. He and I are completely at one on this. The fact there's reorganisation going on, but only banana republics cancel elections.
It beggars belief, Nigel, apart from the fact that, we couldn't understand a word that Alison McGovern was saying to the three people that were in the House of Commons. It is an absolute outrage. It's disgusting. The government have managed to look so incompetent in such a short space of time that it actually beggars belief. But this is an attack on fundamental democracy. And, people may disagree. I actually think voting should be compulsory. But I do think, we need to take democracy seriously. And if you take it away from people, what are we doing? They knew they wanted to change and reorganise local government, which are, and there are many good reasons for doing that. And we can see very well that mayoralties actually do work extremely well. Andy Street did a brilliant job in the West Midlands. Andy Burnham's doing a great job in Manchester.
Arguably Ben Houchin.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are good because they've got the money that they can use. So, like Adam was talking about his son, they can use it for the jobs that are available in their area. So there's lots of good things about devolution and lots of good things. But this is appalling. And the thing is, they've had all this time to think about it. If they're now going, oh, actually, this doesn't quite work because the councils are saying, well, why didn't you ask the councils in the first place? Yes,
before the Christmas break to empty House of Commons.
Yes, it's appalling.
Look, I go out and about, I speak to people in my pub, and everyone is so disillusioned with everything. So to deny them a vote, to actually have a say, is unforgivable. And again, as you say, if he wants another year in a nice perky job, comfortable job, he can take that. And that's not right at all. And again, it's the Uni Party. They are terrified of reform. The mayor elections, I think you won every single one, is that right?
The closing council he has to do.
Yeah.
I mean, genuine evidence in the polling says that as well.
So people out there just want a voice. That's all they want. A voice at a time when we're not being listened to. We're being dictated to a government and our authorities are meant to represent us, not dictate how we have to behave and not control us.
It is appalling. The other big story of the year, London Epping became not just an Essex story, but a massive national story in the middle of this summer with outrage. And actually, since that sexual assault on a 14-year-old, we've seen even more serious cases occurring around the country from young men, predominantly from Afghanistan, who've come into the country. You were involved in that directly.
Look, a lot of people have lost trust in the media. The mainstream media, and that's why so many people are flocking to GB News to be heard and to see maybe two sides of the story. I'd like to call myself possibly a citizen journalist. I've got my phone, got my information. I turned up at the Bell Hotel. I knew what had happened. And I spoke to witnesses to what had happened in that sexual assault. And I put my head above the parapet and I reported outside the Bell Hotel what had gone on, because I've got 2 daughters myself, and they need to be safe locally. I live near the Bell. So at the end of the day, my videos, I think, shocked a lot of people to what had happened, and they were seen by tens of millions of people. Now, I'm proud that I've put that out there, and it's just snowballed. Even Elon Musk out there has spoke about Epping. The world has seen what has gone on.
It was a massive story, wasn't it, Joe?
Yes, it was a huge story. I mean, I would push back, with all due respect, Adam, on citizen journalism, because
if it's done right, it's effective.
Being done right is getting both sides of the story and getting the facts right.
I put the facts out there.
Well, yeah, but, you know, I do think that journalism has an important place, and a citizen journalist, in many instances, does not know. I'm not saying that you didn't, but I just think, you know, anyone can say, I'm a citizen journalist. I think Mr. Yaxley Lennon likes to call himself a journalist.
Well, I mean, what you're saying, Joe, is there are things that put on
exactly. Absolutely, yes, exactly.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying that at all.
Someone with a big platform, I'm very lucky to have a lot of followers on social media.
You are, but equally, there's a duty on you to be responsible.
Exactly. I was responsible, so all I put was facts out there about everything, and it hit home so much, because people have got granddaughters, people have got daughters, and we can't have unchecked, unverified foreign men just lurking around, harassing, intimidating, and sexually assaulting our young girls.
I'm afraid.
Nigel, we're not going to put up with it. I'm a father. So before any reporting, before anything that I do in the media, I'm a father. I've protested there nearly every week. I've missed 3 protests out of about 30 odd. And I'm there in the cold and the rain with some great people from Epping. And we're there because we do not want unchecked, unverified men in our community. 300 metres from a school where my 2 nieces go as well.
And the problem is getting worse. Another 500 came in. About 1,300 this week have come in. And Joe, you know, there's no getting around it. But men from Afghanistan are over 20 times more likely to be convicted. They shouldn't be walking the streets.
No, they shouldn't, and we should have much stricter controls on them, and we need to deport them as soon as we discover that. We know that some of them are coming.
Well, we have the EBCHR to do this, though.
Well, no, we don't. We absolutely don't have to. I mean, there are absolutely reasons, perfectly good reasons, for people to feel uncomfortable and unsafe, women and girls. Sorry?
Yeah, no. There are lots of good reasons.
Yes, no, I know. I mean, that's.
I mean, the Germans are now sending planes back to Afghanistan.
Yes, exactly.
It's about time Keir Starmer and the Labour government.
Yes, well, and I think there is something fundamentally wrong when you've got today that the government has announced its 3 times delayed policy on violence against women and girls is actually not addressing this, which is a real issue. And I think, you know, that is, in a way, it's a microcosm.
Government.
Well, not always. You can't say that every single person.
Not every
Government launches, as you say, the big new, we're going to protect women and girls, and doesn't even mention this problem. No. It's incredible. Well, it was a big story. Epping was absolutely at the centre of all of it this year, and I think we'd expect more of the same, and I suspect that public levels of tolerance on this issue are pretty much at breaking point. Right. Quick segment of Barrage to Farage. People who put questions in, they've been picked out by GB News. I have no idea what Michael, who's first up, is going to ask. Literally no idea. So, can we get the microphone to Michael, please? Hello. Good evening.
Welcome to the land of the East Saxons. I'm Mike the Bitter-Ricky. And I've got a question. I mean, Christmas, you'll agree with me, is a wonderful time.
Yeah, go on.
And everyone's happy and relaxed and tries to be kind to everyone. But I would like to know, if we're kind to everyone, what gifts would you get for Ed Davey, Ed Miliband, and Zach? I've not included Mr. Miliband in that, and I have not included, Mr. Starmer in that, because he gets found loads of freebies.
I get Ed Miliband a diesel generator, because when the wind farms don't work, we've got to produce energy. Any ideas, guys, on presents for the government?
Ed Miliband, I don't know, maybe a guide to how to eat a bacon sandwich and just
That would help. That would help.
How bad it was, yes.
I'd give Ed Miliband a muzzle so he doesn't do them silly videos with treat us all like 5-year-olds.
Ed Davey, I think, another play area, but it worked. It works in the elections. Got him
That's
covered.
Zach Polanski back to school, I think, to learn some basic maths. Thank you very much indeed, Mike. Next up is Tara. Tara.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hiya. So you did a bit of reflection earlier on in the beginning of the show. So whether it be reflecting back on the past year or looking forward ahead to the new year, what is the one thing that you're most grateful for?
I think the thing I'm most grateful for is that I've still got a sense of humour. After the endless attacks that come upon me, I have to sit through PMQs, just being attacked the whole time with the PM. So yesterday, in fact, I just sat in the gallery. I thought,
You had more fun in the press gallery.
I did. If I'm a spectator, I might as well be one. Look, I'm grateful for lots of things, and I think, Adam is right. 74% of people say Britain is broken. They're very, very upset, scared about the direction the country's going in, don't recognise it in many ways. But as I say, I think despite that anger that builds up in people, I think all of us should perhaps just reflect over Christmas that our lives are a damn sight better than many billions of others around the rest of the world. All right? Okay, moving on to Faye. It's our third and final question of this segment, and we're going over here. Faye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I want to know, will you still do your GB News show when you're Prime Minister?
It's a very good question. Now, normally, these questions come from people totally at random, but Faye has been with GB News since day one. One of our producers, she actually produced over 30 of these Farage at Larges all around the country. She's brilliant, but she left the firm yesterday to go and set up her own business, and we wish her well, and we thank her for everything she's done. I suspect if and when I become Prime Minister, the rules might just forbid it. But I'll go on doing GB News as long as I possibly can. I've loved it over these 4 years, and working with people like you has made it extra, extra special. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're done for this segment. In a moment, it's Talking Pines with the great Barry Hearn, which I'm looking forward to very much indeed. My thanks to the panel. I'll see you after the show.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
The colder weather the UK is experiencing on Christmas Day extends into Iberia. It's unsettled across the central part of the Mediterranean, also some rain through Turkey. But Greece looking mostly fine, sunny spells here. The rain and wind through the central Med affecting the Balearics, heading into the south of France and Italy later. Plenty of sunshine for Spain and Portugal, but feeling cooler, and it's going to stay on the cool side here into the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situations.
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. It's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless, and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dormy, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? They don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. They got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. Not a bad brand. Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Now, if at home you're hearing a bit of noise, it's not a tech problem. We're actually at a marquee. And it's blowing a hoolie out there. I'm just hoping the roof stays on until the end of the show. Now, Talking Pints, I'm joined by Barry Hearn, the great Barry Hearn.